Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go, baby. Midweek edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Always great to have you with us as we are live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we recap last night's game 2 of the NLCS, Dodgers and Brewers in Milwaukee in 20 minutes. A coach and a conference. Get into a fight on Twitter. Welcome to 2025. Plus, since it's a Wednesday, we'll have my streaming corner at 6:40. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. We are midway through the week. Chelsea, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I thought you guys could maybe see my shirt from Pebble Beach, but you can never tell. I feel like I always want to wear these like fun graphic t-shirts or like something with like something on the shirt, but you can never read it anyway. Nothing's ever
great.
Fun.
Looks great. I like it.
It's
I like
written
the trim.
in white.
I like the trim is what I like. The darker blue trim on the outside. Yes. It's a nice frame. I like the zip top. Looks very comfortable, but also casual. It's not too uppity, but also appropriate for the show. Good choice this morning.
I feel like golf attire is actually like, I would always lean into this when I worked in TV because think about it. Like, I don't know if you had to do your own camera work much, but like I did. So I was out there sweating in Florida. So I feel like golf stuff looks a little buttoned up, but it's also comfortable and you can be active in it. But let me ask you, are you somebody who has to get like a souvenir t-shirt every time you like go on a vacation or you go to a concert?
Not me, but the lovely Catherine is. She's the queen of swag. Anytime we go somewhere. The good thing for me is I usually get something. Like she goes somewhere and she's like, look what I got. I'm like, oh, let's see it. So concert, vacation, if there's any sort of swag available or something that, is some sort of memento, whether it's a t-shirt, whatever, she's got to have it. Every now and then if I see something that I really like, I'll go for it. But I don't have that impulse to grab something all the time. But some people do. I live with one of those people.
Yeah, I'm the same way, where it's like a very rare occurrence that I actually get something. But I don't know. We had a good time. I think we were out there for a wedding.
Okay.
But Pebble Beach was really cool.
Oh,
like,
God,
I
that sounds
envy
nice.
golfers so much just because it's so scenic and it's so nice. And, like, the clubhouse serves the best food. I think it was one of the best steaks I've had in my life. So I have said this once before that the best professional sport to be in is definitely golf because your venues are just so amazing.
Yeah, there are times in the middle of a round, I just stare off into the distance like, wow,
Right?
this is my life. It's amazing. You're like, Jenkins, hurry up. You're going to get penalized. I'll be like, I don't care. I'm going to make a snowman on this hole anyway. Give me a 9. Doesn't matter. Well, Chelsea, you were not on the card yesterday. How's Dabby do? Is Dabby okay? We have to check in on everybody.
She's had one more seizure, but I
Okay.
think she's like winding down. Normally she goes like seizure, and then if she's having them like every hour, that's like the danger zone. But I do think the medicine's working. So Dabby, I think, is on the mend. Let's hope so. Jenks, I was sweating out your bet with you. I was watching this one, and I was a little nervous. I think the Dodgers had like a runner on first with one out, and then they got that double play ball. I was like, yes, there we go.
Let's go.
That was a fun one to sweat out, though. It was a good
It
bet.
was. I mean, it's fun now. At the time, I was like, I don't know. It was so much fun. I needed one because I was not good to start the week, but did get a win in that game. Dodgers Brewers first 5 under 4. Dodgers on top 2-1. Dogster on a run. Had the Dodgers on the money line against the Brewers. Dodgers win 5-1. We're about to talk about that game. So for the week, you are 0-1-1. I'm 1-2-1, and the Dogster is 2-0. But this is sort of how it works, right? We get our bearings, and then we go on a run once football hits, and it's going to hit tomorrow night. First, We talk baseball and game 2. Dodgers and the Brewers. The Dodgers win 5-1. The Dodgers minus 120 on the money line. Total set at 7.5. The under hits. And things start out perfectly for Milwaukee.
The postseason. And on the first pitch, Jackson Chourio sends one into deep right. And that one's going to fly out of here. Chourio with a home run to start it offensively for the Brewers.
That call from TBS, 1-0 Milwaukee, but then the Dodgers respond in the second. Home run from Teoscar Hernandez, and then Max Muncy does the same in the 6th.
Another 3-2. Muncy into center field. Frelick turns and runs. That ball's deep. Frelick jumps, and it is up and out of here. Max Muncy.
His 14th home run in Dodgers playoff history. That's a franchise record. But this game is all about Yoshi Yamamoto. Throws a complete game. 3-hitter. First complete game in the playoffs since Justin Verlander did it in the 2017 ALCS. Yamamoto retires the final 14 batters of the game, doesn't give up a hit after the 4th inning. This guy was untouchable. What a performance.
Absolutely. Absolute masterclass in the biggest of moments, because now the Dodgers have a commanding 2-0 lead in this series. And now they go back home. So this was big from both of their starters. To have Blake Snell go 8 the night before, and then Yamamoto go 9 complete game, that is a huge deal for a Dodgers bullpen that is their absolute weakness. So to relate this to bettors, we always say this on the show where people are like, oh, I should improve on my weaknesses, right? No, just lean into your strengths. And that's exactly what Dave Roberts did. He didn't even go to the pen.
Yeah, it's amazing. And last year, the Dodgers would barely have a starter go 6 innings. And now he's got dudes just absolutely throwing smoke. I mean, the Brewers, imagine if you're Milwaukee and you get off to this start where Chourio goes yard. First pitch from Yamamoto. And you're like, oh, my God, we got this. And then after that, the ability to settle down and lock in, especially after a start like that, I thought was so impressive. And also, if you go back to the regular season, even though Yamamoto's been really good in the postseason, he got rocked by the Brewers last time out. So they had hit him hard before. Then he gives up a home run, and you would think, hey, he might get in his head. Instead, it was just the opposite. It was just a brilliant performance.
Right, a mental masterclass as well, because think about a team that chased you from the first inning. He's got to have that in the back of his mind, especially when you give up a leadoff home run. You're saying to yourself, oh, no, here we go again. So to focus in after that and just completely shut down the Brewers after that is a huge deal. It's funny how I just saw this clip of Joe Madden, who was the manager of the Cubs when the Cubs won the World Series, about how he thinks managers should be leaning less into analytics and more into like the eye test and just knowing the pitcher personally, because they were talking about Blake Snell's performance the night before. And he was saying a lot of these teams rely very heavily on analytics, saying, oh, this guy only needs to go 5, and then we'll put in this guy, and this guy to face whoever. But he was saying that, like, it's nice to see a return to just the field test where you know a pitcher, and if you know he's dealing, do not take him out. And it's nice to see the Dodgers kind of lean into that because, Jenks, hasn't it felt like this is the only team that's really doing that?
Yeah, of all the teams, too, the Dodgers. So I would not have expected that. But I love that point by Joe Madden. And listen, analytics absolutely have a place, and it has improved different sports in different ways. But I also think at the same time, you know, you can't quantify everything. And so how is someone's mental state? If you're a pitcher, are they locked in more than they normally are? Are the other batters frustrated? What are their ways of carrying themselves? Like, do they look like they're confident or do they look defeated? You know, how does the guy's body feel when he's on the mound? Because some of these guys feel better than they have most of the season. Some guys feel worse. There are some intangible qualities there that you can't necessarily measure. And I think I said this during the Tigers game in a previous series where Casey Mize was playing better than he had all season, and then A.J. Hinch took him out, and immediately the Tigers got roughed up. And so he went to analytics, and I'm like, dude, this guy was pitching out of his mind relative to the regular season. What are you doing here? So there is something to be said for feel.
Right, and you got to allow guys the opportunity to be great. It almost feels like the very popular quote that relates to baseball. It's like, don't let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. It's like these managers are scared. It's like, hey, he's dealing now, but like, what happens next inning? I don't know. Like, legends are made in October. Let the guy eat if he's doing well.
Yeah. Also, a lot of history made last night. The last Dodgers pitcher to throw a complete game in the playoffs, Jose Lima, back in 2004 in the NLDS against the Cardinals. Yamamoto, also just the fourth player in Major League Baseball history to give up a leadoff home run and then throw a complete game in the postseason, joining, how about these names? Johnny Antonelli in 1954, Johnny Beasley in 1942, and Babe Adams, 1909. All of whom did it in the World Series. And I looked up Babe Adams, by the way. Still shares the Pirates franchise record for wins by a righty to this day. Old Babe Adams.
To this day. Babe Adams.
Yeah.
Yes, the more famous of the Babes.
That's who I refer to, the Babe.
Because if it was 1909, he was before Babe Ruth, right?
Yeah, the original Babe. That's what I call him. Babe Adams, of course. But it just goes to show when this hasn't happened since 1954, clearly you are doing something historic.
Oh, absolutely. And especially with the way that this Dodgers team is made up, to where their bullpen is their weakness. So they have barely even had to touch their bullpen in the first two games of the series. Now they're going back home. It just goes to show how much starting pitching absolutely matters. And that's why these guys make so much money, because, you can really lean on these guys. And I think, looking to other teams, this is why losing Garrett Cole hurt so bad for the Yankees, because if you get to a 7-game series, that's somebody you can lean on not once, but probably twice in a series. So it will be interesting to me to see if some of these guys retain, this level of power and dominance in their next start, because Jenks, if you're the Dodgers, you are not thinking about this series alone. You're thinking about the World Series probably a little bit as well. So we'll see if Yamamoto, his next start, will look just as sharp and can go as many pitches. Probably not, but sometimes guys are not quite as sharp after going like a complete game or throwing a bunch of pitches. So maybe that's something we'll have to wait and see on.
So you mentioned Dodgers and World Series. This over already? Brewers have any shot whatsoever at all? It doesn't feel that way. Like when you have home field advantage and you give away 2 to the Dodgers. And even Pat Murphy, the Brewers skipper, said after the game, I understand 90% of the teams that have been in this situation don't win the series, but this team has been counted out a lot. I think they have some fight left. Do they have enough fight to make this a series? It doesn't feel that way.
It feels like it's definitely an uphill climb to win the series, but it won't shock me if they win a game or two, right?
Right.
But the tough part is Freddie Peralta was their guy last night, and they don't have starting pitching depth, especially since Brandon Woodruff is out. So they are banking on, what did they say, 1.5 starters? Because I don't know what they're counting Jacob Mizorowski as. So maybe they can claw their way back into this. But it just feels like it's not going to be the case with the Dodgers, especially this lineup, who hasn't even had to produce huge numbers just because the pitching has been so good. And here's the other thing, Jenks. Shohei Ohtani has not been performing very well. They were talking about this on the broadcast last night, and he did get a hit. I will tip my cap to that. But before that, he was on a 1-for-23 run in the postseason. It has not been great postseason numbers for Ohtani. So it's wild that the Dodgers have a commanding 2-0 series lead, and they've gotten basically nothing from Ohtani.
Well, it's just crazy. The Dodgers, I mean, we know their lineup, and I'm just speaking for me here, but with the focus on a guy like Ohtani, and of course, he's the best player on the planet, I understand that. So whenever he does something, there's so much of a spotlight on that. And then when he goes cold, then you're like, oh, yeah, I forgot about Teoscar Hernandez or Max Muncy or Kike Hernandez. Oh, what about Mookie Betts or Freddie Freeman? He had a home. Like, all these other guys who are mega stars in their own right come to the surface, if you will. And you're like, oh, I forget Shohei can go absolutely ice cold, and it doesn't matter, particularly when Yamamoto was pitching a complete game. Like, this is the Dodgers almost maxing out. And if Shohei takes it to another level, which he has that ability to do it anytime, then they're just going to be a wagon.
Right. Like, he's too good of a hitter to not, break out of this.
Right.
Like, everybody goes through slumps at some point. Like, remember, this was the talking point for Aaron Judge in the postseason before this year. So I don't know if he gets back on the right side of things. It would be helpful for the Dodgers if their leadoff man could actually get on base. But you're right. They get so much production from the bottom of the lineup. Even Kike Hernandez, his numbers are wild. Like the fact that his career batting average in the postseason is way higher than his regular season average. He's hitting 290 in the postseason in like a bunch of games. I think he's playing like 89 games or something. And he did it again last night. So it's some of these guys in the Dodgers lineup that just turn it on when the calendar flips to October.
Yeah, they do. And, man, I just feel like it's only a matter of time for Shohei. If you're curious about the series price right now at BetMGM, the Dodgers are minus 1,200. The Brewers are plus 750. If you want to bet on the NLCS total games, total set at 5 and a hook. Overs 2-1. Under is minus 250. Game 3 tomorrow night in Los Angeles. Tyler Glasnow on the mound for the Dodgers, a minus 185 favorite. Coming up next in the show, Mel Kiper has released his big board for next year's NFL draft. But are we paying attention, really? That is next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Wednesday. Great to have you with us here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Big 12 has something to say about one of its former members, and it's not very nice at all.
Oh.
God, I was so tired yesterday. I told the lovely Catherine, I said, we got to just get away just for I don't care how long it is. 3 days, whatever. Let's go somewhere, anywhere. And so then last night she was like, hey, I have an idea. I said, okay. She said, let's just, once you have a 3-day weekend, when you get a bye week, whatever, let's do something we don't normally do. And let's just go to a cabin somewhere and just sit and turn off our phones and watch the leaves change and put on a fire and have some cocoa or whatever and just relax. And I was like, that actually sounds amazing, which isn't like us. Normally it's water, 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 beach, beach, beach. But it is the fall. It's football weather right now. And I think that sounds great. When is the last time you went? I'm not a camper, by the way. Let me not exaggerate too much. I'm not going to be chopping wood and building some sort of fortress out in the woods or anything like that. But I do appreciate fall. Are you a big camper? When's the last time you went out and just sort of enjoyed the fall weather?
Well, I don't camp. I feel like it's stupid and it's going backwards. Why would I camp when I can stay in a 5-star luxury hotel and enjoy the outdoors during the day? But I will say this is how our trip to Canada felt when we went to Banff.
Oh, yeah.
Because even though it was the middle of the summer, it was still kind of cold at night. So our room had a fireplace. It was really cozy. They had all the really tall pine trees. So it's definitely cool, I think, to switch it up occasionally. Because usually in the summer, everybody goes to the beach or something. But I personally was super tired of sweating. And I was like, listen, let's do something different. So I do think it can be cool to have a little change of pace when it comes to your vacations. So what are the nearest destinations for fall weather? Is it Virginia? Do you go further north? Where do people go around there?
You can do Virginia for sure. We may look at West Virginia, which is a quick drive, actually. Not that bad. And, of course, there's tons of scenery there. So I think that's probably where we'll head because we've been to West Virginia. We haven't camped in West Virginia. What about glamping? Would you do that? Because that's probably more of our speed. I'm not going to be hey, there's no dinner tonight, but don't worry. I'm going to go rustle up some raccoon and squirrel and we'll cook it over the stove. I will camp to a point and then I'm like, all right, I don't want to rough it out here. I'm not an outdoorsman necessarily, so it's not really my speed. What about glamping? I feel like you can glamp.
No, that feels like skim milk where it's a fraud. Just be normal milk or don't be milk at all. So glamping, what are we doing here? You might as well just stay in a hotel and you can hike during the day. I don't know why you have to sleep outside. What's the difference between camping and glamping? Maybe you have outlets or something.
Yeah, you probably have electricity.
If you're that close to a hotel, just stay in a hotel.
Well, you also probably have a nice bed as opposed to hitting the old mattress and dirt comes up and dust. You're ooh. A cabin's been abandoned for a decade. You're we could stay here. Well, very nice amenities, but you're also outdoors. I feel for me, I'd be all over that.
I would not. I'd rather stay in a 5-star hotel. Jenks, I have made a stand later in life that if I'm going to go on vacation, I need it to be a lot nicer than my current living situation.
Oh, okay.
Because I understand some people are oh, we don't really want to spend a bunch of money on the hotel. You're not staying in the hotel that much. Yeah, but I'm sleeping there. And this is how you start the day. So I feel when I go on vacation, we stay at fancy hotels. I don't care. You only live once, and I have a ton of credit card points. So
fair enough. Well, we didn't get anything fancy yesterday on Twitter. We got an old-fashioned clap back from the Big 12 taking a shot at Oklahoma head coach Brent Venables. So Brent Venables was talking about playing an SEC schedule this year. Of course, the Sooners coming off that loss to Texas. And he says this isn't the old Big 12 days where Oklahoma destroys everybody every single week except one game a year. So the Big 12 sees this and claps back. Coach Venables lost 8 conference games in his 2 seasons in the Big 12. Can I just say, the Big 12 is the petty, jealous ex-girlfriend of college football. So petty. So petty. There was no need to do this. None whatsoever. And the Big 12 just couldn't help itself. I don't think the Sooners look that good. Did you watch them last week against Texas? They didn't look that good. They're supposed to be a top 10 team. They didn't look good. The Sooners have left themselves go. They're not nearly as good in the SEC. Like, Brent Venables was not talking about the Big 12. Like, he was more focused on the fact that the SEC is a harder conference, and it is a harder conference. It's a more difficult conference. The Big 12 is so petty. It's the most low-rent conference. I am so glad Texas is out of that conference. It's so low rent. Remember, what was it, a couple years ago, when Texas was in its final year in the Big 12, and Brett Yormark, that yodel, got in front of Texas Tech and told them during the season, I can't wait to go to Austin and watch you beat Texas. Imagine a conference commissioner rooting against you when you play in that conference. In that conference. And now it's pretty clear the Big 12, once again, petty, bitter, petulant. Imagine a scenario where, let's say, Oklahoma ends up playing in some sort of bowl game against a Big 12 team, and there's Big 12 referees. That could happen. And you don't think the first penalty against Oklahoma that's a little sus, you're not thinking, might have it out for the Sooners. Look, I hope Oklahoma loses. I hate that I'm defending Oklahoma. This is really not necessarily defending the Sooners so much as it is defending the fact that conferences just need to, particularly the Big 12, just needs to just stop. Stop being petty. I think it's a bad look. It's great online. You're like, oh, and it just comes off the wrong way to me.
I'm sensing some leftover bitterness
I
because
hate
I
the Big
remember
12.
you bringing up this very
Big
point
12.
about the conference commissioner, and you're right. That's totally out of line, and nobody should ever be rooting against a team in your own conference just because they're leaving said conference. But, like, what are they supposed to do? Just sit around and let everybody talk trash about them?
But was he? Wasn't he just saying, hey, this is a tougher, but it was almost like the Big 12 was looking for a reason, right? Like, is anyone going to deny that the SEC is a tougher slate than the Big 12? And that's what he was saying. This is not the Big 12.
But don't you have to be good if you're going to make that? Like that, the reason why I am, first of all, I'm for pettiness in all of its forms in college football. But the reason I agree with this is because he didn't do anything in the Big 12. That'd be like me taking taking credit for your Emmys because we work together now. Like, I didn't have any, like, you won those Emmys. Oklahoma won in the Big 12 without him. Is he accurate in the fact that there were years where they just smashed the Big 12? Yes.
Yeah, yes.
But he had, he can't take shots at that when he did not do well. In fact, they had some of their worst years recently when he was the coach in that conference. So he can't be taking these shots.
But isn't it about, well, I see what you're saying, but I guess what I would say is, wasn't that the point he was making? I think people wanted this to be about Brent Venables, and he was talking about Oklahoma, and immediately it was like, yeah, but you haven't done it, which I guess is the same thing. I don't know. To me, I understand the idea that Brent Venables is not responsible for all the Oklahoma wins in the conference. That's fine. But I think more than anything else, it's the conference stepping up. Like, we didn't need the Big 12 to chime in without knowing that. Like, we know, we've watched. Brent Venables is not the coaches that have come before him. He might be in the hot seat because Oklahoma, at the end of this run, not right now, but at the end of their schedule this year, we'll find out where he stands. I'm just saying that the Big 12 waiting to chime in is so Big 12.
I just think it's fine to correct him, though, because it does feel like stolen valor when he's like, oh, yeah, Oklahoma just runs the table in the Big 12. And you're like, well, you didn't. If it was so easy, why didn't you run the table? So I am for, that type of stirring the pot and that type of pettiness, because I don't know who runs their social media. I would imagine it's not like the commissioner or anything, right?
No.
So, this is probably some intern that's told, hey, drum up some attention. And that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, it works. I just think that at some point, and this is probably the older person in me, but at some point, conferences, different companies, different whoever they may be, different institutions, like at some point, maybe you hold yourself to a bit higher standard. Maybe it's college football, so it doesn't matter. But I also think at some point you can go in too much. And do I really want to see on a regular basis, like conferences and coaches going after each other? I really don't. Like, this just goes back to the whole not everyone needs a voice. Like, at some point, do you hold yourself and say, you know what? We represent the conference. Let's not take a shot here at Brent Venables. And I don't care about Oklahoma, and I don't care about Brent Venables. It's just the Big 12 being as petty as possible. It's like, I don't want every single conference going in, or Greg Sankey, and saying, this is unacceptable. Let's take a shot at UCF today. Like, I'm all about fun and pettiness to a point, and then it becomes sort of this just garbage wheel of just everybody jumping in because everyone has a voice. And then I feel like no one's holding themselves to any sort of standard. And if you're a conference, if you're the NCAA, if you're some sort of institution, shouldn't you sort of rise above a little bit? Or am I just being old here?
Well, let me ask you this. Doesn't it feel like this is the precedent that all the big conferences have set during the offseason, where they're always beefing at each other? Because, all of these meetings and stuff, it's because of the college football playoff. And so they're all campaigning for the format that best suits their needs. And so we see this mudslinging. So it's not just, the Big 12 that's doing it. It's all of these big conferences.
It's true. I just feel like there's a difference between pointing out what conferences like and dislike and how they perform, and jockeying for position and what you want to happen.
Reason.
Yeah. Like, the motivation is, okay, we're making our case for how we want this playoff format to go down in the future, because that affects everything, right? There's tons of money at stake. There's tons of eyeballs at stake. You're talking about the future of college football, the future of the sport. So it's important to say, here's our case. I feel like that's different than saying, here's an opportunity for us to take a shot at a guy who is heading up the Oklahoma program, which used to be a part of our conference. I just feel like there's levels to it. And at some point, you should say, all right, this isn't our place. Let the coaches do this. Let the players do this. People are going to do this. But let's not have the conferences jump in the mud as well. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think we're overreacting too much to one tweet? I do this a lot, and I think it's us being older maybe, because I feel like the younger generation, they're like, whatever, it's just one tweet. I just kind of tweeted it. Like, I don't know how old this person is who's running this account, but at the end of the day, like, it really isn't that big of a deal, but it is fun to talk about.
Yes, it is. Also fun to talk about, Mel Kiper, old Kipe. He's back with a big board on ESPN on the same week that BetMGM is starting to offer odds for the #1 overall pick. So he has not just his big board and his expectations for the draft. He has top 10 by position as well. So Dante Moore, quarterback at Oregon. Jeremiah Love, running back Notre Dame at 2. Fernando Mendoza, Indiana quarterback at 3. Arvell Reese, Ohio State linebacker at 4. Peter Woods, defensive tackle at Clemson. I promise I will not read all 100 names. But you're like, oh my God, stop, please, stop. Number 68. But when you see this, the big board from Mel Kiper, do you pay attention? Do you care? I feel like you are not a big draft person. And also, I feel like Mel Kiper over time, I hate to say this, but I feel like his star has started to fade just a little bit. A lot of Todd McShay people out there. And then Kiper lost his mind last year during the Shedeur Sanders thing. Remember that? Like in the 5th round, like you could see Mel Kiper like, it's like, yo, hey. So, I think it's interesting. I like looking at draft boards, but does this influence you? Because it's October. The draft is in what? April? We got a long time between now and then.
That's what I keep thinking to myself, is that this is like thinking about your fantasy football team like 6 months ahead. There are so many things that can happen between now and then, including injuries. Like, some of these guys might not even make it to the draft without suffering, some kind of big injury, which I certainly hope is not the case. Or think about these guys who progress more throughout the season, because like the season hasn't ended. There's still plenty of time for these guys to improve, to look better. So I don't know what he's basing this on, like if it's just based on purely potential. But to me, you look at all these names and it's like all the big names from the big schools. So like, what if these teams start losing? And especially, guys where we don't have a huge sample size, like Fernando Mendoza has been a great story at Indiana. I don't think he's going to tail off. But like, how much is this tied to their success of their team? And I think he kind of hit the nail on the head when Mel Kiper used to put out things, I feel like people used to stop and listen. But I feel like he's been wrong on some big things. And like the Shedeur Sanders rant, where he called it disgusting and clueless. It's not personal, man, that they didn't want to draft him. It's not disgusting. So it's just, I feel like he's lost some credibility over the years.
Yeah, I can't wait for Mel Kiper to come down on a Big 12 player on his draft stock, and then the Big 12 chimes in. Like, Mel Kiper drinks blood to stay alive. Like, okay. Thank you, Big 12. Nice job, admin. Coming up next on the show. Wednesdays, a little slow in the sports world, but not around here. We're going to inject some life into this midweek edition with my streaming corner. Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. That is coming up next on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Wednesday. Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up, before you check out tonight's Game 3 of the ALCS, we'll give you something to stream. I feel so much better yesterday. Or I feel so much better today. Yesterday, oh my God. I was working on, I think everybody was working on about 2 or 3 hours sleep. How much sleep did you get after the Commanders game?
I was back in my bed at 1 a.m.
Oh, woof. I saw your TikTok, which is really good, on the Commanders, and then I saw the digital display behind you that said like 12. Yeah. I was like, oh my God, that poor guy, exhausted. So was I. And then went out, did the Commanders pod yesterday, came home, didn't sleep, stayed up, worked on this show, waited for Catherine to get home, and we were watching Body in the Basement or something. And I was just sitting there with my eyes like halfway closed. Woo! How many hours of sleep can you go on before you're like, all right, I'm done here, like I'm hitting the wall?
It depends on if you have a nap in your future. Because I do think that all things are possible if you can take a nap later in the day. Like, that can get me through it. But I'm not somebody who's fun to be around when I don't get sleep. Yeah. I think certain people can make it through the day on, like, 4 hours sleep, like, continuously. Like, my mom's one of those people that just, like, doesn't sleep. I am not one of those people. James, before I had this job, I think I slept, like, 12 to 13 hours a night. Oh,
yes.
It was glorious. I'm like a house cat.
Oh, I do that all the time. When the weekend hits, when I have time to sleep, because normally I get up at 4 a.m. every day, but which is what, 3 a.m. your time? Weekends, like it's on. Like around 1, I'm like, I guess I'll get going here. It's way late. But I'm like, I'll wake up when I feel like waking up. And usually it's way after 8 hours. So I'm with you. Whenever I have the time, I take advantage of it.
Do you believe in like the rollover effect where you're like, hey, I only got like 4 hours this night, so it means I need to get like 4 extra hours the next night? Like, I remember when phone plans used to do that, where there was like rollover minutes.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about my sleep.
Exactly. You had to be careful too. You're like, I don't know. I don't get any rollover minutes this month, you know. And then sometimes you'd save them. You'd be like, I can talk for an extra hour. I really saved it back in March. You know, something crazy like that. Yes, this afternoon I'm definitely taking a nap. So I got enough to get up this morning, get going. But this afternoon, definitely nap time. Double D says no more than 5 or 6 hours a night for him. That sounds about right. That sounds like a father right there. Because I feel like once you get into kid mode, or a mother, you can relate to this. Once you have a child, I feel like immediately sleep becomes at a real premium.
I don't know, because kids sleep a lot too. Like, Blake does her best when she sleeps like at least 10 to 11 hours. Because, like, think about it. They're like growing and stuff. So it just depends. Obviously, if you have a newborn, things are different. You get sleep. It's just like in little sporadic moments. But I don't know. Blake takes after her mom. She likes to sleep too.
Good for her. Good for her. That's going to serve her well later on in life. Well, before you sleep tonight, let's find out what we've been streaming lately.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
I mentioned we were watching Body in the Basement last night. It's pretty good. It's all right. It's usually
casual.
It's casual. It's like 8 episodes. I don't even know what platform it's on. It's like, that's true crime. Let's watch it. It's quick. But I will say this last episode was really funny. It's clear the producers told the people being interviewed, when you say body, could you please say Body in the Basement, because that's the name of the show. So it got egregious where we were making fun of it, where it was like, you know, when we found the body in the basement, we had received a call that there might be a body in the basement, and that's how we knew to look for the body in the basement. We're like, God, okay, we get it. There's a body there. So that was fun. But that's not what I'm reviewing. If you want to watch that, fine. Knock yourself out. The Woman in Cabin 10 on Netflix, starring Keira Knightley. We watched that over the weekend. So she is a journalist invited on board a luxury yacht as part of a travel assignment, only to witness a murder that she is told never happened in the first place. You didn't see this. No, everything's fine here. So being a journalist, of course, she investigates, and it's only an hour and a half, so it's very taut. It's not amazing. You're not necessarily on the edge of your seat, but I think it's interesting enough where if you want a quick watch, she's really good at it. And, it's lots of nice scenery. It's a luxury yacht, and there's all sorts of shots on the yacht and out in the Mediterranean. Or where are they headed? To maybe Finland, wherever they're going, and they're sailing the Atlantic. But lots of nice scenery. She's really good. It's nice and easy, quick watch. So, sure, I'll give it a thumbs up.
I do like Keira Knightley.
I do too.
How many crime shows are just, hey, the basis is like murder, but it's in different locations? Yeah. Like, I feel like I see this all the time with like CSI, where it's like CSI Miami, CSI New Orleans, CSI Columbus, Ohio. And you're like, wait, what? Because it's like, how many ways can you like change a murder case? So like there's murder on a train, there's murder on a boat, there's murder at a national park. So I don't know if this is a theme because I don't watch true crime stuff, but is this basically the premise of a lot of shows, is just murder at different places?
It is, but there's generally some sort of twist that makes it different. So if it's something like a half-hour show, like a Forensic Files, which I know I always mention, then it's very formulaic, right? You know exactly what you're going to get. Here's what happened, here's the location, and then here's how forensics helped solve the case. Here, there's definitely kind of a twist to sort of explain what happened at the end. And it's like, maybe. It's interesting. It's definitely not your run-of-the-mill crime movie or suspense movie, but it's good enough. I thought it was creative enough where I think there are some things where you have to sort of push reality aside a touch, maybe. But I liked it. I like Keira Knightley, so it was good.
I feel like I've lowered my standards for like what I think good viewing is, because there's like so much nonsense on Netflix and like all the streaming sources that I'm like, okay, if something's halfway decent and I didn't have to go to a movie theater, like that gets a thumbs up from me. Okay. But Jenks, it's October and it feels like you like murder and crime. So it feels like there should be a parallel between you and horror movies. Do you find yourself watching Halloween movies?
Oh God, I don't really like horror movies that much. I'm kind of a movie snob, I feel like, because I think it's because my time is so finite. And so if I watch something like this, better be good. Like I need this to be good. But then I understand the idea, hey, I've been working a long time. I just want something campy and mindless and fun. Like the lovely Catherine is like that. She loves horror movies. Like I put her to bed early the other night. She's like, will you put on a horror movie? I was like, sure.
Put her to bed?
Well, we had been out drinking like for most of the day. So it was like 9 o'clock, and she was like feeling like, she's like, I'm tired. I was like, you want to go to bed? She's like, yeah. I was like, okay. So, and I stayed up like an hour after that, and then I went to bed. But I was up watching like the end of a baseball game, and she was tired. So I tucked her in, put on a horror movie, and she was out, which is a weird thing to fall asleep to, like a horror movie. But it was like, all right, that's what you want to see. But, on the whole, every now and then, but campy isn't really my style. And some people love that kind of stuff.
I do like Halloween a lot, but I don't like scary movies. So I find myself trying to find the movies that give you the Halloween feeling without scaring you too much. Like I like Scary Movie. I like Hocus Pocus. I just watched Hocus Pocus 2, which was actually pretty good. And I told you the other day that I watched Practical Magic. That's like about witches, but it's not like a Halloween movie per se. So like I like the ones that like set the stage for Halloween and for fall without really scaring you. Like, I'm not trying to see The Conjuring.
Why not? Blake, get up. Guess what mommy's got queued? The Conjuring. You're going to love it. And guess what? It's a double feature. Saw 2 is up next. She will not be sleeping 12 hours any longer.
Somebody is watching these movies because they all have sequels. Who is watching Megan? And why are there so many sequels? And how did they get the funding for a Super Bowl commercial? Who's watching that?
Is anyone here watching Megan? Double D, you'd watch Megan. No? Anyone? All right. Yeah, I see. It's that creepy doll, right? With the doll eyes, and she looks kind of crazy. Yeah, and she talks. Double D, get in. You watch Kathy Bates, you'll watch Megan.
I actually have never watched Megan, but my daughter, my 7-year-old daughter, loves Megan. She does the dance and everything. She's very creepy. Yeah, she'll even do the little head tilt that they do in the previews and just look at me, and I'm like, okay, you can stop now. Stop. Yeah, my daughter likes to be scared for some weird reason.
Blake's not even close to this. Like, Blake won't even watch normal Disney movies that have like scary parts in them. We tried to watch Twitches, which I don't know if you remember Tia and Tamara Mowry. Like, this was a Disney Channel movie, and the first is like a dark and stormy night. Blake's like, I can't watch. I'm like, all right, that was a failure of an experiment. So we're definitely not doing head tilts at our house.
I know exactly what you're talking about with the head tilt, too, and I've never seen Megan. Also, who do you prefer, Tia or Tamara? Who's your favorite?
They're twins.
I know.
Like, I don't know. Even though I do know the answer to this question, if it was Mary-Kate and Ashley Olsen. Like, remember when they were killing it? Like, I don't know if you were ever into that genre, because it would be a little weird if you're like, oh my God, Passport to Paris? But I did like them a lot.
Oh, God. You know what? I'm going to save this talker for... I'm not going to mention it. No, I was not into like, which one for me? No, that was not. But at one time they were red hot. Like movie wise, like oh my God, it was just like every single 6 months they had something else, which is why they're both worth hundreds of millions and millions of dollars.
And they do nothing. I feel like you never hear about them, and they're just rich and like living in these huge like overcoats in New York City. Like, that's all we see of them.
Yeah,
I don't even know if they have
Mary-Kate
bodies.
does. Isn't it like an overcoat like at the Knicks game, and every now and then she'd be like, oh my God, there's Mary-Kate Olsen. Look at her. How is she 52
She could
now?
have been Megan.
She could have been. She'd be a great Megan. Come on back to the fold. Lindsay Lohan did it. She's back. She looks great. Better than ever. Didn't she release Freakier Friday? Yeah.
Yes.
It's great.
I want to see
Bring back
that.
the Olsen twins. Sure. Okay. Coming up next year on the show, you don't have to be a bachelor or a bachelorette to get a first impression rose on this show. We're going to tell you which early NFL games are catching our eye. Hour 2 of the show's coming up next year on a Wednesday morning. Stay right there.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Time for Hour 2, the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we'll start with our first impression roses for Week 7 in the NFL. So if you don't follow The Bachelor and you don't understand that reference, it means which bets caught our eye the second they entered the room. Then at 7:20, do the Blue Jays have any chance to make it a series against the Mariners? We handicap Game 3 of the ALCS and how desperation could be shaping our plays. All next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jenks, so I feel like we usually have a talker about like The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, and last week I went to full detail about how fascinated I am with Jesse Palmer and his shift from University of Florida quarterback to now host of the Bachelor franchise. But for people who follow the franchise of The Bachelor and The Bachelorette, he was very famous for once calling a girl by the wrong name. So he did the rose ceremony. Okay. And apparently the girl that he wanted to select, her name was Karen. And instead, he said Katie. So imagine this girl's surprise when she gets up there and he has this like shocked look on his face because that is not the girl that he wanted. After much consulting on this huge error, he decided to give both girls a rose, but like that can't feel good being the girl that like he didn't mean to call her name. Like, well, we guess you'll get a rose anyway. So let me ask you this. Have you ever called a girl by the wrong name?
I have not. Thank God. That sounds like a nightmare. I guessed a stripper's name once. That didn't work out well. I was like, let me guess your real name. She was like, okay. I was like, And then I guessed it. Like I actually guessed it. Her real name. And instead of being impressed, she thought, oh my God, is this guy stalking me? How did he guess that? And that was the end of that. I mean, that was like 20 years ago. But she was like, how did you know that? I was like, it was just a guess. She's like, oh my God. And it was like freaked her out. That was kind of strange. But fortunately, no person I've ever dated has been called by the wrong name. Thank God. That would be terrible. I would feel like melt.
That's a tough thing to do. Like, isn't that the sign that you're probably like juggling too many women or like you don't know the girl very well? Because like usually in movies, that's a sign of like, hey, this guy's a playboy and this girl in his bed, he doesn't even know her name. So I feel like if you were in like the normal dating world, that normally doesn't happen.
It normally doesn't, but I will say that every now and then, like I've called a guy by the wrong name or a woman by the wrong, that I'm not dating or just a friend of mine who happens to be a girl where I'm just like, and just you're tired or something triggers you and you're not thinking and it comes out wrong and you immediately like, sorry. But if it happens in that circumstance, immediately it's like, oh my God, you're thinking of someone else. Someone else is on your mind. You're thinking about this time you were with this person. And it's just like, hey, this is really just a simple mistake. Denton says he did this on a first date once. I want to hear this.
This was so bad. This was before I met my wife, like 2 years before I met my wife. During COVID, your boy was on the dating scene, right?
All right.
And a lot of it was on apps. So like you get some information about the girl before you go and see them, right?
Sure.
So it's not like I just ran into a person at the grocery store and it's like, hey, what are you doing Thursday? That's not how that works anymore. I might have been on a little bit of a roll. So I was juggling. Your boy was. I had a lot of first dates, not a lot of second dates. All right. So I was, I was getting contact, but I was not going very far. And I was with this girl, and I'm like asking her a bunch of questions that do not have anything to do with her life at all. About like where she went to school, what she did for work, how many siblings she had, and she's just looking at me, and I'm realizing in real time, I'm like, oh no, this is not the right information. and I can't exactly just pull out my phone and be like, hold on, real quick. I got to go back and reread some of our Hinge conversations here. Like, let me just, oh, no, you went to this school. My bad. That's on me. So that one was a tough one.
You're not Canadian.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, my God. Woo! That real-time realization has to be the biggest sinking feeling in the world.
It was, and with all due respect to her, she must not have had a lot going on because I did get a second date. Somehow, I must have been charming in the fact that I was clearly swinging and missing for an hour.
Wow.
Or maybe she was going through the same thing, because I never dated in like the era of like swiping and all these options. That maybe she like understood, and she was like, hey, I didn't really know this guy's name either. Like, there's a reason I've been calling him Buddy for the past half hour. So like, maybe she understood. I don't know. But I will say that would be embarrassing if that's the first date that you had with your wife. And I'm glad that that is not the story with your wife on how you guys met, because you do get her name right. I hope. All right. So the reason we had this conversation is because we are going to be handing out our first impression roses, but with the NFL slates, because we are not on The Bachelor. So I think a good exercise is that you should be looking at the NFL slate earlier rather than later in the week, because a lot of these lines will move. So sometimes you need to catch it right before the line moves, because listen, as somebody who does not classify herself as a sharp bettor, I feel like I'm going to see a lot of these plays, and Joe, normal, or Joe average Joe is going to see these plays and be like, ooh, I like that one too. So, Jenks, let me start off by saying this line looks too good to be true. Okay. So this is going to be the Monday night game, but we already have the line for it. Bucks and Lions. The Bucks are getting 5.5 points at the Lions. And maybe something's got to give here. Where the Bucks have been playing this grueling schedule, they've had all these come from behind wins, and Baker Mayfield has been doing it all to receivers who are not even like top 3 on his depth chart. So this feels like my first impression rose, but I feel like I can already tell that maybe there's some cracks underneath the surface, and maybe she looks good, but maybe the personality has some red flags that I'm already seeing.
I like this play. I wrote this down yesterday when I was getting ready for the show and looking ahead and getting ready for this segment, and we've already seen the money come in on Tampa Bay in some spots where it's sitting at 4.5. Just depends on where you shop. You can still get 5.5 at BetMGM. Yeah, I like the Buccaneers, and I feel like that, I don't know, I just feel like the market hasn't caught up to how good Tampa Bay is. It feels that way. Are we giving the Lions too much credit for being at home? Like, Tampa Bay just finds ways to win, and I do want to wait on the status of Mike Evans. He's supposed to practice this week. So I want to see whether or not he's a go for game time, because that would be huge for this team. But Detroit is still banged up in the secondary, so that was one of the reasons why they lost to the Chiefs over the weekend, is that, A, the Chiefs are just better right now, but also they don't have a lot of their top-tier guys at corner, which I think makes me like the Bucs as well.
Right, and it's not just Baker Mayfield, it's the defense as well. So we know the Bucs traditionally are very good at stopping the run, and this year more of the same. They're a top 5 defense against the run. So I am not saying that Jared Goff cannot throw the football. I'm just saying it makes it tough on any offense when you take away one prong of their offensive attack. So I think the Bucs are going to come ready with a good game plan. The only thing I can think of is the same sabotage factor that they've had for like the past few games, and that I keep saying situationally this is a tough spot for the Bucs, but they just keep winning games. So I feel like the Bucs getting 5.5 is too good to be true. So I will ask it for a second date, and we will do some more research as the week unfolds. All right, Jenks. So who else is in the room where you say, "Ooh, I think I'm interested in this bet"?
Yeah, just if you pick the Buccaneers, don't say, "Well, I've just always loved the Dolphins." I mean Buccaneers. Sorry, I mean Buccaneers. I've always wanted to go to Miami. I mean Tampa. Which one did he ask me about? Sorry, I zoned out. Commanders, Cowboys. I don't know.
Oh, no, whatever bet.
Whatever bet?
Whatever bet you want to choose. Like, what else caught your attention? If you need me to throw one out, I certainly can.
I'll tell you
think
one.
there are some other underdogs. Okay.
Patriots taking on your Titans. We touched on it a little bit yesterday. I love this play. Yeah. Patriots -7. Don't you think this could be a donkey stomping? I feel like
it should be.
It should be.
It feels like too good to be true. Like, do you get this feeling about betting where you see a line, you're like, that looks amazing. Why isn't everybody putting their mortgage on this? And more often than not, it is too good to be true, and you lose your mortgage if you put your mortgage on this bet, which I would never recommend doing. So it does feel like a play where you say, okay, the Patriots look like one of the best teams in the AFC. The Titans just fired their head coach. And maybe Mike McCoy knows what he's doing more than Brian Callahan. But still, like, the roster as constructed, it's just one of those things where, like, the Titans are just simply rebuilding. Like, they have some good pieces, and I think Jeff Simmons on the defensive line can maybe make a difference in the running game. But still, like, the Patriots are going to come out with a point to prove. Because remember, Mike Vrabel was fired by the Titans. Why would he want to take it easy on them? And with this roster, I feel like he certainly can run up the score. It's a great teaser leg as well, if you want to tease it down to -1. But I don't know, Jenks. It just feels like in the NFL, we always see these games that look like, oh, this is the obvious winner, right? And the NFL is just the league of chaos. So I am with you. I do like the Patriots, but I'm always suspicious.
Yeah, I want to see how much of the public is on New England here, because the public has taken
this
a
line
bath.
probably will move.
Yeah. And also the public has taken a bath this season on these heavy public sides that we've seen. Everything points to the Patriots. And you know how we were talking about analytics versus gut earlier, or looking at the numbers? Most casual bettors, which is not a knock, they're not really looking at the numbers. Like, this is the classic narrative bet where you're like, dude, Titans suck. They just fired their head coach. Revenge game for Vrabel. Lay it. Like, that's the handicap right there. That's it.
Right.
And it's kind of my handicap too, which is, I don't know if I need to see any metrics. Like, Mike Vrabel's going to want to run up the score. And Tennessee is a bad football team. Are they going to get a bounce because Mike McCoy is taking over? Is that the guy? I don't even know.
Yes, it is.
I mean, everything points to the Patriots, but it does make me nervous that it seems like such an obvious play and the number seems short.
How about another ugly dog? Because I feel like we've talked about the Saints this year and the fact that even though they're 1-5, they've actually played in a lot of competitive games, which is crazy to say. Like, I thought the Saints were going to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. They still are. They only have one win to their name. But this feels almost like a sell high spot on the Bears to me. How consistent do you think the Bears are? So the Bears are 5.5-point home favorites against the Saints this week. And I feel like this is the part where you say, okay, I'm going to sell high on a team where everybody saw that win over the Commanders. They're like, oh, Caleb Williams hasn't figured it out. When in reality, Caleb Williams had parts of that game where he didn't look amazing. And now it's back-to-back weeks where the Bears have won by a mere point. So 5.5 points, Jenks. Is it too much against the Saints?
I'd be on the other side here. I would actually lay it with Chicago. Like, I think Caleb Williams is getting better under Ben Johnson, and it's all in fits and starts, but he's not making those hero throws that he was trying to make his rookie season. And also, the Bears have won 3 straight. They're going back home for the first time since September. They're 6-3-1 against the number at home since last season. So I feel like Chicago is kind of getting sneaky good relative to the Saints, because the Saints suck. Like, the Saints are just so bad. And so even though the Bears don't do a great job of stopping the run, that was sort of the handicap for the Commanders going into Monday night's game. I just don't know if it's going to matter against a Saints club that has Spencer Rattler at the helm. I would lean Bears.
Well, just to put it in reference, the Patriots beat the Saints by 6 points. So they would have covered this number by the hook. Like, the Patriots were like 3.5-point favorites on the road. So maybe home field advantage matters something to the Bears. I am just saying, just because the Saints are bad doesn't mean they haven't played in competitive games. So I'm not saying that I think the Bears are going to lose. I am just saying that, again, the Bears have been playing a lot of tight games, and the Saints can maybe make things interesting is all I am saying. All right, so is there any game on the board that we have not talked about? I think we have 30 seconds left that you think warrants a mention here. Who gets honorable mention?
You're not going to believe this, but take a look at the Browns laying 3. I'm serious, hosting the Dolphins.
I don't want to.
I know. You don't have to. So, well, then don't. We can move on to bait. You're like, I don't want to. Well, you know what? I don't blame you. It's a bad game. Most of the Dolphins, though. Dolphins stink. Browns stink. The line seems like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Already up from 2 and a hook. Cleveland might cover this weekend. Maybe.
I feel like the under's the play in that game. 40 and a half seems low, but the Browns' defense is pretty solid. And I feel like when the Dolphins face a good defense, that offense ain't producing either. And I don't have a ton of faith in, whoever's starting for the Browns. Is it still Dylan Gabriel? Listen, I do not care about Browns football. Maybe we'll look into it later this week, but not right now. We got baseball to talk about. Next segment, it's Game 3 of the Blue Jays and Mariners. We'll give you our best bets for that. It's next on the Daily Tip.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea and Jenks whine about what really has them bent out of shape in Whine About It Wednesday, here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back on a Wednesday. It is October 15th here on the show. All right, Jenks, so in a few minutes, we'll get to Game 3 of the ALCS between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. But before we get to that, I feel like when it comes to handicapping, we always try to use every bit of information that's out there when you handicap a game. Now, some things are simply numbers based, and other things have to do with, I don't know, like home field advantage and little nuances that could go into the game. So I understand the Dodgers now have a 2-0 series lead over the Brewers, but there was an interesting wrinkle in the Dodgers staying in Milwaukee. So if you've heard this story before, it's fine, but I think we've talked about this on the show before. But apparently when opposing teams go to Milwaukee and play the Brewers, the hotel that they stay in is allegedly haunted. So it's haunted to the point where there's been dozens of players who all have stories, including Pablo Sandoval, Michael Young, Bryce Harper. Even Mookie Betts of the Dodgers refuses to stay in this hotel that was built in 1893. It's a really nice hotel, but would you stay in this hotel? Would you not risk it, or would you say, hey, bring it on? I kind of want to see it.
I don't know. I've stayed in a haunted hotel before on a story overnight, and that was interesting. But I had people with me, and we were more documenting more than we were, staying there as residents, like it was part of a story we were doing. I don't know. I want to be able to say I would stay. It wouldn't be a big deal, but I will also say when my fans started freaking out last week because that ghost in our bedroom, I got really uncomfortable. And this is a place in which I live, so I don't think I would like it.
It's crazy to me how a lot of these stories that these players have about this hotel are very similar to the ones you tell about your alleged ghost that lives in your home. So the story from Bryce Harper is that he laid a pair of jeans and a shirt on the table at the foot of the bed. When he woke up in the morning, the clothes were on the floor and the table was on the opposite side of the room. So like there's a lot of moving of furniture, and a lot of guys have said that like the radio turns on or the channel keeps changing. Like this was as recent as 2023, where Brent Rooker of the Oakland A's, or wherever the A's are from now, said that something kept changing the channel from the golf channel to like QVC or like some channel that he was definitely not watching. So I don't know what it is about ghosts, but it feels like all these stories feel like it's instances of that.
Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, I know it sounds like I'm being hyperbolic when I talk about this ghost in our bedroom. I'm telling you, this weird stuff happens where it's innocuous. It's just, but it's disturbing, right? Like I'm not getting hurt. I'm not seeing apparitions or anything like that. But it's like, this shouldn't be happening. Like it's really a strange phenomenon when you're watching something. You're like, okay, this is off. I am not crazy. This is off. Whether it's the radio, the TV, the fan, and then all of a sudden it's just on, like for no reason. Right. And if you're trying to get a good night's sleep or focus the next day, it'll mess with you.
Yeah, especially for these guys who want to get a good night's sleep when they're playing in big, massive postseason games. Yeah. So, like I said, Mookie Betts refuses to even stay in the hotel. Teoscar Hernandez this year, his wife said she would not stay on the property. So I know it didn't help the Brewers at all, but an interesting wrinkle on teams who play in Milwaukee. So maybe not the case for the Mariners and the Blue Jays. I do not believe that the Blue Jays are staying in a haunted hotel or alleged haunted hotel in Seattle. But the Blue Jays still have some work to do. So the Mariners have a 2-0 series lead so far. And tonight, again, they are favored, -135 on the money line. Toronto, +115, total of 7 runs. Shane Bieber v. George Kirby. So this should be a good pitching matchup. But, Jenks, we've seen this Mariners offense absolutely break out last game. So let's start with the total, because I feel like we have been leaning towards totals a lot in the postseason. And it feels like we've been playing a ton of unders. And it makes a lot of sense because these games are playing super tight. And as I mentioned in the tease, sometimes desperation goes into the handicap. And I think that's probably going to be the case here. So did you start with the total or did you start with a moneyline bet?
I started with a moneyline bet. And I'm just going to lay it with the Mariners tonight. I just feel like it's their time. I was talking about the Mariners being a team of destiny, and I just kind of feel that way. Also, George Kirby at home this season, 5-4 with a 3.38 ERA, hasn't given up more than 2 runs in any of his last 5 appearances. I mean, this is a team that has been waiting so long. It's a franchise that has been waiting so long to get back home. And I feel like because of that, they're just going to come out completely amped up. And I know the Blue Jays brought in Shane Bieber specifically for this circumstance, right? Playoff baseball. You're a veteran. You know how to get it done. And he's been fine. But I really think the Mariners are the play here.
I think it's tough for me to trust Shane Bieber because I trusted him last time around. Mm-hmm. And he was just giving up lasers to the Yankees. Only went 2 2/3 in that game. Gave up 2 earned runs and 5 hits. So granted, the bet was, I think, like over 15.5 outs or something. He did not last 5 innings because I thought to myself, okay, Shane Bieber is their prized possession from the trade deadline. They're going to lean on him heavy here. But when he's giving up all this hard contact, you can't keep him in the game. So especially with the Mariners offense that feels like it's really found its footing, like Cal Raleigh is just amazing in the postseason as well. So it just feels like a tough matchup for Shane Bieber. I think I would lean towards the Mariners if we are picking sides. But this total, again, it's 7. Would you lean one direction or the other? Like 7 makes me nervous. 8 is normally the number that I like to play. 7, don't know about that. You could look at a first 5 total. Have you investigated any of these totals?
I have not. When I saw 7, I'm like, I will say this. Now, last night's game between Dodgers and Brewers was 7.5. So this is when you can kind of be creative if you want in the first 5 and choose the number that you like if you're willing to lay the juice, or you think, all right, maybe it's just 3. And maybe you go under that if you think these guys will come out and pitch in what should be a very tight game. And that's another thing, too, is that ideally you want Shane Bieber to be in a long leash here, right? We've seen the Dodgers do this where whether it's Blake Snell or Yoshi last night, letting these guys go, letting them eat up innings so that you can save some of your pitchers for later on in the series. The problem with that idea, and we saw it with Freddie Peralta last night, is that if you're the Brewers, if you're the Blue Jays, you don't have the luxury to say, okay, we'll just wait this out. And if we have a guy who goes a little bit longer here, it's okay. We've got plenty of time left. The Blue Jays don't have plenty of time left. They cannot afford to go down 3-0 in this series. So when you initially may not expect Shane Bieber to be on a tight leash, then you realize, well, look at the situation Toronto was in. So he could be, which means that's just a long way of saying I would still look at the under.
Yeah. I think what scares me is the fact that, number one, the total is very low. And number 2, like at the end of the day, the Mariners were the best offense in baseball over the last month this season and for like most of the year as well. So we have seen their potential. I tried to dig into some splits because Shane Bieber is a veteran pitcher. So a lot of these guys have seen his stuff before. Nothing super stands out, though. Like Cal Raleigh has decent numbers, 2 for 8, with 1 strikeout, hitting .250. Nothing really there. Jorge Polanco hitting .276 against Shane Bieber. And man, has he been hot this postseason.
Yeah.
I understand all eyes have been on Cal Raleigh, but Jorge Polanco has delivered some huge clutch hits for the Mariners this season. So maybe worth a play, but still, I just could not find anything when it comes to splits or when it comes to hitter props. And especially when a total is 7, that's normally not the instance in which I want to play hitter props. Like I want to play those in games that have totals of 10. Because obviously if everybody bats around, you will have more of an opportunity. But what about series prices? Is there anything that interests you here? So obviously, if you're just taking the Mariners, that's not really worth the play. They're minus 650. Blue Jays plus 475 if you're interested. Total games over 4.5 is minus 275, under plus 225. You go like, how many games is this series going to last? 4 games, 5 games, 6 games, all plus money, Jenks. Have you considered any of these bets?
Probably not. This feels like a 5-game series to me. Like I would maybe put a sprinkle on Mariners in 5, which would be plus 275. I mean, the series price is Mariners minus 250. That's too prohibitive. Blue Jays plus 475. If you like Toronto to make a run, I don't know if I really like that, but I do think the Mariners are going to close this thing out. Maybe the Jays get 1. I mean, it could be tonight. So I don't want to place a bet on the Mariners tonight, but also hope that the Blue Jays get one. If they get one, I think it'll be tomorrow, but also we don't know who the starter's going to be. So that's something you kind of have to roll the dice with. You know what I mean? Tonight, who you're getting. Tomorrow, I don't know.
Yeah, it would make sense for like Seattle to play better at home, like which they did during the regular season. But I will say maybe this goes into the total and the fact that this is very much a pitcher-friendly park. And I feel like I just thought of this and I need to check it. The weather in Seattle is not always great. Like even in the summer, they kind of get cold weather. So right now it's 43 degrees. And so sometimes this can go into unders because remember the Rogers Center in Toronto, that is indoors. So that's obviously more prone to hitting conditions because it's climate controlled. But when you're talking about temperatures that can dip into like the 50s, like that usually lends itself to an under as well.
Yeah, and that's something to look at that I sometimes forget, especially if there's a game at like Wrigley or something like that, the wind can be blowing in. But if you take a pitcher's park like the Mariners have, and then you add the weather into it, that's probably the reason why this is juiced to the under. It's minus 120 with the total set at 7, but that probably explains it. And look, let's be honest, playoff games are tighter, and you've got 2 really good starters on the hill, so everything points towards the under. Again, it's also 7 runs.
Right. Well, if you're wondering why that matters, it's just because it's harder to make hard contact when the ball is cold. It just doesn't travel as far. So keep that in mind with some of these October venues. Like, obviously, it's not going to be a thing in LA because their weather is typically pretty amazing all year round, but definitely something to consider in Seattle. So who do you think wins the World Series, Jenks? We have a couple minutes to play with. I think I asked you this yesterday, but now that you've seen the Dodgers kind of reign supreme, it feels like in the first 2 games of that series, is it just the Dodgers and everybody else when it comes to like ranking favorites to win the World Series?
Yes. I don't want it to be. Like I'm really rooting for the Mariners. I think the Mariners are such a great story. I love the city of Seattle. I haven't been in a minute, but I've been there 2 or 3 times. I love Seattle. Like it's such a cool city. And so I want it for M's fans. And plus the Dodgers have gotten theirs. They've won their titles. But also the Dodgers look so formidable right now. Like if they get this sort of starting pitching, then they don't need the relievers or won't need nearly the number of relievers that they would generally use during the regular season. And that's the only time you can beat the Dodgers. Like there'll be a one-off, of course. But if you want to beat the Dodgers, you got to get to the relievers, right? That's the only way. Yeah. You have Snell and Yoshi and Tyler Glass. Now, if these guys are going long in games and then Shohei starts hitting, you're like, dude, like that's defeating. It's just defeating to see a team with this much talent that is still sort of starting to percolate and maybe has another level, maybe has another gear.
Yeah, like my first thought was, okay, well, Yamamoto's not going to go complete game in every single game of this series. And then they're like, okay, tomorrow's starter is Tyler Glass now. And you're like, right. Damn.
Right. Awesome. What are you going to do?
Good luck hitting against him as well. And you have your best relievers ready to roll. So it's just one of those things that not only are the Dodgers postseason tested, they're also just sitting pretty right now. Like if you're a Mariners fan or hell, a Blue Jays fan, for the sake of discussion, you are simply hoping that the Brewers can push this series just a little further. Even if they don't win the series, you're like, please, baseball gods, give the Dodgers at least a couple extra games where they have to use their bullpen. Because right now it just feels like everything is lining up perfectly for the Dodgers. They're going to come to the World Series just fully rested.
And not only that, I'll give them full credit because taking care of business against the Phillies, not easy to do. Let's not forget that the 2 World Series favorites, Dodgers, Phillies, so they get past the Phillies. And I'm not saying it's over with the Brewers, but the Brewers have a damn good baseball team too, and they're dominating the Brewers. So when you look at the Dodgers' path, it's not that, okay, they're mega talented, most talented team in baseball, fine, but they don't have an easy path either, and they're earning it.
Absolutely. So last night at Blake's softball game, Jake made this Orion Kerkering reference. And I was like, Jake, that is very mean. Let's not do this to 5-year-old girls. Because like there was a girl playing pitcher. A ground ball comes to her. The play is at home. She looks around. She doesn't make the play. He's like, Kerkering. I'm like, Jake, She's 5. She's 5.
Is he heckling 5-year-old girls playing softball?
Yes. Like he says these
God.
references that luckily I feel like most of the parents are not going to understand. Like, because he'll routinely call like the bigger girls. He's like, Pete Alonso, or, you know, Dan Vogelback. And you're like,
Oh my God.
come on, Jake.
Big
You're gonna have to sit
dumper.
on the other
I
side.
know. Careful. Easy, Jake.
Can't go anywhere with him, but it is entertaining. All right, coming up next, we're going to whine about it on a Wednesday because Wednesdays suck. It's next. The Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back. And it's time to do some complaining. My favorite part of the show. It's a Whine About It Wednesday. In a few minutes, we'll crank up our gears and tell you what's really bothering us this week. So, Jenks, I feel like I always do like a warm-up complaint because I have plenty locked and loaded. I can complain about a lot of things.
Okay.
So as somebody who is like very deep into baseball wife culture, because like that was once my life, I feel like something that used to always bother me was when players' wives, their only identity was their husband. Like their Instagram page was like literally just their husband and like, oh, here's him at the ALCS or whatever, which I am not saying that you can't be happy for him.
Sure.
It's just like their like username would be like Mrs. So-and-so whatever or like Mrs. Baseball Wife. And you're like, all right, well, you know baseball is not forever, right? And a new identity once baseball ends because it ends for everybody. Like even the best players in the world do not play their entire lives. But I will say there is one instance in which I would make an excuse for and say, okay, this is an acceptable username because it would be very funny. So Cal Raleigh is not married, but he does have a girlfriend.
Okay.
Do you think that once they get married, which you know I'm hoping for him, that she should change her username to Mrs. Dumper?
Yes. 1,000%. Mrs. Dumper is absolute goat handle. Do it. Or she could be Lil Dumper, but then that sounds like a kid. So I think Mrs. Dumper is the way to go. You get a whole Dumper line of usernames.
Lil Dumper's reserved for their future children. Like maybe she'll like do one of those things like How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or whatever, where she makes like an AI recreation of like what their kids would look like. Like here's me, Mrs. Dumper, and then here's Lil Dumper and Lil Dumper, where they're both named Dumper. But that would be very funny. Like that's the only instance in which I'm like, okay, like you can lean into that. That's very funny. But usually it's just like Mrs. So-and-so. It's like, we know who you're married to. Your entire Instagram grid is full of pictures of him.
You should have, if you're the Raleigh family, a good side hustle would be the Lil Dumper brand of diapers. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
Yeah, come on. You have a Lil Dumper on the back. Easy sell. Sell like hotcakes in Seattle.
Where's Dude Wipes in all of this? Like there is such an easy connection.
Partnership. That's where the seed money comes from. Right there. Now, I don't know how you go with the kid with the Dude Wipes. So maybe here's where Dude Wipes needs to expand. If we're just spitballing this, right? Because you think Dude Wipes is like for bros almost, right? Dude Wipes. Now you could have Little Dude Wipes or something like that. Or some sort of other product for the kids because, you know, if you're changing a diaper, you got to make sure the kid's clean. So that's when Dude Wipes expands into a different area. And then they partner with Lil Dumper diapers. And all of a sudden, you're making extra money. That's an extra cash flow right there.
I mean, look at us. Like, why are we not the PR team for Cal Raleigh? I don't get it. The reason I bring up Dude Wipes is because don't they do a bunch of stuff with the Browns? Like, find a better partnership. Partner with somebody who is a little bit more successful. And how about Cal Raleigh? What a season he's having. So move on from the Browns and go to the Big Dumper.
Yeah. It's right there waiting. It's waiting for you. You can do this. Do it.
All right. So that's our PR pitch for the Raleigh family. If they want to use it, just go ahead and give us some credit. Give us some kickbacks. Send us some free Dude Wipes, I suppose. But now it's time to whine about it on a Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday.
Do you want to hear whining?
On the Daily Tip.
I feel like Wine Wednesday sounds awesome, but Whining Wednesday is even better. And if you combine both of those, like that's the perfect night. Like alcohol and complaining, that's for me. But Jenks, what are you complaining about on this Wednesday?
I am going to complain about the Toyota Sienna. I'm tired of riding in these things.
Sienna.
God.
Wow.
You ever take a Lyft or an Uber and you never know what car you're going to get, and then you're like, the Sienna again? Like the older minivan? You know what I mean? It comes up, and then it has that door, like they don't want you to open the door as a sign, like automatic door, please wait. And you wait, and it's like, and you're like, oh my God, just open the Sienna door. You get in, and then once you sit down, it's just so exhausting. And these are just like massive minivans. There's not much inside. And I'm not looking for like a black car or anything like that. But if I see another Sienna minivan and its bastard cousin, the Honda Odyssey, like roll up again. And then the other day I'm trying to leave because I was taking because I don't have a car. So which actually saves me money, believe it or not. And so I was taking a Lyft out to Ashburn to do the commander's pod, and of course it's a Sienna. And then I sit down, and the guy gets out of his driver's seat. I'm like, what's going on here? He comes around, he's like, sorry, man, I got to hit the door manually. So he hits some sort of weirdo button, and then it's like, so it can close. I'm annoying myself with this sound. Anyway, I'm tired of the Toyota Sienna. That's what I'm tired of.
I feel like this sounds like the least cool way to make an entrance. Like, imagine you're rolling up to, like, do Commanders coverage, and, like, all the players are probably, like, rolling up in their, like, Lambos and, like, nice cars. You're like, sitting there,
is
and
this
the
guy
door
in a Sienna?
opens.
And the thing is, it looks like I have a driver. Like, who would have a driver and be taken out there in a Sienna? I was like, yeah, I have a driver, and he drives me around in my Sienna. And what's even worse is I get out there, and half the time, like, God love them, the guys in the booth out in Ashburn. I've been doing this I go out to Ashburn at least probably once a week and have for about 3 years now. And the same guys, like, I roll up, the window rolls down, or the door comes open, whatever, and they look at me like they've never seen me before. It's crazy. And I'm like, which I don't care. I don't need some sort of grand entrance. But you would think after 3 years, like, they might be like, hey, this guy's here every week. And every time I'm like, here for the podcast with Smoot. And you see the light come on every time. Oh, yeah, hey, Michael. I'm like, hey, how's it going? It's me again. I was here less than a week ago. You know my Sienna. So, tired of Sienna.
You know my Sienna when you
know my
see
Sienna,
it.
bro.
That can be your thing.
Yeah.
All right, so what I'm complaining about today is this dumb phrase that kids are saying. And Jenks, I know you're not around kids that much, or at least I kind of hope you're not. That would be a little creepy.
Fair.
But apparently what the kids are saying now is 6'7", and they have this like weird like hand gesture with it where they're like 6'7", he's a 6'7" boy. And you're like, what are you even talking about? So I did some research. Apparently it came from like some rap song or whatever, and it's referring to like height of like NBA players. But the problem I have with it is not that they were using it correctly and they're talking about a 6'7" dude. It's like they use it nonsensically, like where it doesn't even make sense. Like these kids were sitting on the swing and they're like, he's from 6'7", and they all start laughing. It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
All right, Den, I know you've heard this, right? I'm not the only person.
I've seen it on TikTok because Natasha Bedingfield did something about it.
Yes, the referendum on kids' humor. But it's so weird. Like, it literally means nothing. I am trying to think that, like, maybe we did something like this when we were kids, but, like, I don't think we did. Like, we had references to memes, but, like, we didn't use them stupidly. Like, maybe, like, the one with, like, the shoes, we're like, what are those? But kids don't make sense to me anymore, which is probably a good thing.
I mean, I didn't even have memes when I was a kid, you know, so we didn't have any of these
in the
references.
1800s.
In the 1800s.
Newspaper cartoons.
Yeah, we were just like, here's a flip book. Look at
Be
him.
like Kathy.
He's in trouble.
Did you read Garfield this morning?
Family Circus.
Yeah, exactly. Who saw Marmaduke this morning? Yeah, we had none of that. So it's and now these are so ubiquitous. Like there could be multiple different like pop culture phrases out at once. Like back when I was younger, it was maybe one phrase might catch on amongst like a small group of people, but it was very organic and maybe came from a bigger city or something. And now they're everywhere, and it could be different, come from, TikTok. Then you could see a meme on X, which would be different. You could see a reel on Instagram, and all of those have influence on sort of your vernacular.
Right, and they spread so fast because it's worldwide, because it's the internet. And so it's just like the lifespan also is like 2 weeks, to where it's like if you don't catch on in the first week, it's like you're behind. So I'm done with the kids. I'm shaking my fist and yelling at
done with the kids.
We did
F
have
them kids.
We had stuff like that when I was younger. We used to use
So
the
what
term
was it?
Bojangle. But not like
Like
not
the
to
rap
do with
song?
I guess it was based probably off a rap song, but it meant to like be late, messing around. Bojangle became jangling. Yeah, it was a whole thing. It had nothing to do with a restaurant.
Jangling.
My mind was blown when I found out there was a restaurant called Bojangles. Then I ate Bojangles. My mind was even more blown.
Oh,
I
wow.
love Bojangles.
That's when it all came together.
Yeah, so it's like my life is in a circle with the word Bojangle.
Okay, so I know you want to complain about something. So you got like a minute and 30 seconds.
I'll make it
Go,
as quick as I
Denton.
can. And ironically, 6'7" is a great lead up because I went to a hot yoga class yesterday with my wife. We got like a class pass situation. So we're trying out this hot yoga place. And we walk in thinking this is going to be fun. This is going to be gentle. And let me tell you, this was not gentle. It was fun. It was not gentle. This was like a workout hot yoga class. We're doing all these different poses. And I'm thinking like this is the easy. And my wife and I, like, we're like, we're doing our down dogs and, we're trying to like balance on stuff. And at one point, the instructor's like, you can step to the top or you can float to the top. And I'm like, I know this dude didn't just say float. Like, what do you mean float to the top? So I got to look. I was like, what does it mean by float? And let me tell you, it basically means you like do a handstand and then immediately into like an upward dog and your body is basically floating. And I saw that because there was a dude who was legitimately 6'7" who is doing a handstand. I don't know if you've ever seen a dude do a handstand at 6'7". It is a fascinating concept.
He's 6'7", boy.
6'7". 6'7" boy. You should have done that, and you would look very dialed in and very, very cool. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the show, we'll start off by our biggest takeaways from the Dodgers game last night. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on this midweek edition. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, we're talking baseball with the Dodgers putting on a dominant performance last night against the Brewers. In 20 minutes, you better wake up, because if you are not awake now, you will be in 20 minutes when Brad Evans joins the show to talk NFL, maybe a little college as well. Donkster is here along with our best bets. That comes your way at 8:40. And also welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing? A little salute this morning as we stream our final hour. If you want to check us out, you can do that on BallySportsLive.com and on the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, straight into baseball we go, because last night, NLCS Game 2, the Dodgers taking care of business against the Brewers 5-1. The Dodgers minus 120 on the money line and a total set at 7 and a hook. The under hits early on, first pitch of the game, or at least for the Brewers, things go well.
Postseason, and on the first pitch, Jackson Churio sends one into deep right, and that one's going to fly out of here. Churio with a home run to start it offensively for the Brewers.
Call courtesy of TBS. It's 1-0 Milwaukee, but that is it for the Brew Crew. The Dodgers respond in the second with a home run from Teoscar Hernandez, and then Max Muncy does the same in the sixth.
Another 3-2. Muncy into center field. Frelick turns and runs. That ball's deep. Frelick jumps, and it is up and out of here. Max Muncy.
Muncy with his 14th home run in a Dodgers uniform. That sets a playoff franchise record. But this game, all about Yoshi Yamamoto. A complete Game 3 hitter. First complete game of the postseason since Justin Verlander did it in the 2017 ALCS. He retires the final 14 batters of the game and doesn't give up a hit after the fourth inning. All this comes on the heels of Blake Snell going deep into the game in Game 1, and the Dodgers win again. They have a 2-0 series lead, and they look unstoppable right now.
Right. Absolute masterclass from Yamamoto last night. And this is just something that we don't really see, it feels like, in the current state of Major League Baseball, because all of these managers want to pull these guys early because they want to get to their bullpen. And the analytics say you put this reliever on this batter and it's going to give you the best chance of success. Hat tip to Dave Roberts for leaving his guys in there and allowing them to be great. Because listen, if you don't even let these pitchers stay in, like, you don't even give them a chance to do what they could be doing for your team as the absolute workhorses. Because think about it. Like, the strength of your team is not your bullpen anyway. It's your starting pitching. So letting these guys stay in the game, a great move by Dave Roberts. And absolutely, the flowers go to Yamamoto and Blake Snell back-to-back. Now the Dodgers feel like they're sitting pretty. A 2-0 series lead. Their bullpen is extremely fresh. Just feels like everything is coming up Dodgers.
And also, isn't it interesting how Dave Roberts has sort of adjusted his strategy? Like, it's hard for a skipper to adjust his stripes a little bit. But he's done that because against the Phillies, he was sort of saying, all right, I'll get you out of there. I'll try out these guys in the bullpen, maybe get these guys some work, which is a crazy thing to sort of try in an NLDS. And here he is sort of switching things up and saying, you know what? Maybe I don't need my bullpen guys here. That's the weakness of this club. Here we are in the NLCS. It's time to let my arms be arms, let these guys go deeper, and that is the right call here.
Yeah, it felt like he was almost getting, like, too cute with it. When he was like, Emmett Sheehan needs some work. And you're like,
right.
Shouldn't you be trying to win postseason games as opposed to be like, yeah, we're just going to throw him in there. He needs to, like, get his arm loose. You're like, what?
What are you doing?
These are big games. So it's nice to see that they are taking this moment seriously. But it's also wild to me that they're doing all this amidst the fact that Shohei Ohtani has been almost a non-factor for the Dodgers, at least over his past 24 bats.
Yeah.
He's 2 of 24 in his last 24 postseason at bats. Like, if Aaron Judge was doing this, people would be throwing trash at him from the subway. But listen, when you play on a Dodgers team that has so many other strengths, like starting from the starting pitching, and the fact that they get production even further down the lineup, it just doesn't matter as much. Like, maybe it'll matter in the World Series, but it just feels like it hasn't really mattered so far. The Dodgers just keep winning.
They just find ways, and they have so many different ways to beat you, so they can do that, right? Like a lot of teams couldn't sustain their star hitter going cold. Look at the Blue Jays, perfect example, right? Through 2 games, Vladdy Jr. has gone 0 for 7. So it's not a direct correlation, but certainly when you're down 0-2 in your series, it doesn't help when he went from red hot against the Yankees to not hitting at all. The Dodgers have Shohei slumping. Does it matter? No, not with this Dodgers lineup, and not when you have a pitcher pitching the way Yoshi did last night. That splitter was nasty. I mean, sometimes that ball would just move across the plate instead of dipping down. He was just doing everything right. And to put this in a historical perspective, the last Dodgers pitcher to throw a complete game in the playoffs was Jose Lima back in 2004 in the NLDS against the Cardinals. He's also the 4th pitcher in Major League Baseball history to give up a leadoff home run and still throw a complete game in the postseason. How about this list, Chelsea? You're going to love this. Johnny Antonelli, 1954. The great Johnny Beasley, 1942. Babe Adams in 1909. Some real flamethrowers. They did it in the World Series. But what I love about Yoshi here is that the last time he faced the Brewers, you know this, I don't think he lasted, like 2/3 of an inning maybe? And he was gone. So he gives up a leadoff home run and still locks it in.
Right. Like, you would think that the demons in the back of his mind were starting to creep up, saying, uh-oh, is this going to be another disaster performance like it was last time against the Brewers, where I couldn't get out of the first inning? But instead, he goes complete game here. So the ability to mentally lock it in the postseason, in a massive game, to shake off that first home run and be like, okay, we got it from now on, is a great testament to his mental resiliency. So that was a huge thing as well.
Absolutely. My favorite Babes of all time, I would say, number 1, Babe Adams, obviously. Number 2, Babe Ruth.
The OG.
The OG. And then number 3, probably the fabulous sports babe. Number 3. Remember her? Probably. That's probably before your time.
I kind of remember it, but I'm a little offended that you didn't use Babe the Pig.
Oh,
like, come
dude,
on, Jenks. That movie?
It. That's a good one. That's a good call.
Baremu. Baremu.
My bad on that. Babe Adams still shares the Pirates franchise record for wins by a right-hander. I say that because maybe Paul Skeens breaks that one day. Maybe not. You got to catch the Babe first. That's the only way you're going to make history in a Bucs uniform. Just watch out. So, do the Brewers have a chance here at all? So this is the first time, by the way, that both LCS road teams have started 2-0 in a series since 1970. 24 of the previous 27 have won the series. Are the Brewers a live dog here at all? Do they have any hope of overcoming the juggernaut that is the Dodgers?
The numbers definitely go against them, Jenks. And I think we talked about this earlier in the week, where any way you slice it, whether it's like any 7-game series or the LCS series on both sides of the coin, I think like the winners of the first 2 games, if you go up 2-0, I think the winners have advanced 24 of 27 times, which is like 86% or something. Like, I'm not doing the math. I don't want to do that. I'm not a calculator. But my point being is that most of those teams advance. So it would be a huge anomaly if the Brewers can somehow find a way to come back in this series. It just feels like the deck is stacked against them, because not only did the Dodgers win, the way in which they won, that they saved their bullpen, that they didn't even have to score a bunch of runs, and they did it on the road where the Brewers are normally very, very good. And now the Brewers have to go to LA, where the Dodgers, their fans are usually very, raucous and a tough place to pitch in. So it just feels like normally you would say, okay, if both these games were super close, and both teams like deployed a bunch of pitchers and they went 15 innings or something. It just feels like the depth is on the Dodgers side because like the Brewers have had to go to the bullpen a lot. They've had multiple games in which they've had starters. Like it feels like we see Aaron Ashby every single night. You're like, God, they're putting him back out there. And he's pitching every single game. So it's not the way, it's not just that the Dodgers have won 2 games. It's the way in which they've won them.
Yes, I think that's a very good point. And Brewers manager Pat Murphy said after the game last night, this is a direct quote, "I understand that 90% of the teams that have been in this situation don't win the series, but this team has been counted out all year. I think there's some fight left in them." And that may be true, but I wonder about the mental aspect where you get Blake Snell, then you have Yamamoto last night, and you're like, all right, that's all right. Let's wipe the slate clean, guys. It's not over. We're going out to L.A. Oh, Tyler Glasnow is on the mound. You know what I mean? It's just like one. It's just like one wave, like there's one wave after the other coming at you. Where just when you think that wave is done, you're like, all right, wait, Yoshi, oh my God. You're like, okay, all right, everything's cool, and you're like, oh my God. You look out. What is it? Inception? Is that the movie where they're on the planet and they see like the massive wave coming out of nowhere towards them? Is that the movie? Anyway, you're just looking out and you see Tyler. Interstellar. That's what it is. Yes, good call.
Yeah.
And you look out again, you're like, oh my God, it's Tyler Glasnow. It just keeps coming.
Well, at one point, like maybe you'd think that the Brewers lineup wakes up. Because like that's the one thing that's been missing. And obviously like the pitching has been very good for the Dodgers. But this was the best lineup in baseball, like for most of the regular season. And maybe where that ends is the fact that you can't pad your stats against like the bottom feeder and middle tier teams. I'm not saying that the Brewers haven't had good games against good teams. They would not be in this position if that were not the case. It's just, it feels like the Dodgers just hit another gear when they come to the postseason. Like there are several guys in their lineup that have better postseason numbers in their career than the numbers that they put up in the regular season. Like Kike Hernandez is almost a 300 career hitter in the postseason. And he's played in like 80 some postseason games. He's been around the block with the, he's been on the Astros. He's been on the Dodgers multiple times. He's been on the Red Sox. So it just feels like one of those things that the Dodgers were good in the regular season, but they go to another level in the postseason, with the exception of Ohtani, who, oh, by the way, could get hot at any moment.
Yeah, he went 1 for 5 last night, 3 strikeouts. So don't you know, I absolutely and fully expect Shohei to ramp it up and to have a big game. It might be tomorrow night in Game 3. He's just too good to be this cold for this long. And that could be the real equalizer if the Brewers get hot. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter because we're facing Tyler Glass now. Maybe we get a couple runs off him. And, oh, there's Shohei. He went 4 for 5 with a couple of dingers. It's absolutely within the realm of possibility, which is why the Dodgers are so good. Also, did you see the pregame for the Brewers last night? Your former first baseman, Eric Thames, trying to rile up the crowd. So he told everyone, they gave him a microphone. He was like, everyone, grab the person next to you. Start a mosh pit. Let's go. And then rips off his jersey. He's shirtless running down the first base line. Whereas, the Dodgers is going to roll out Ice Cube and a low rider. Like, all right, let's get the win. 2 totally different cultures.
Oh, that's a little bizarre.
Yeah.
I did not see that. I feel like I always remember him from, he was really successful overseas. Like, I think he played in Asia for a long time. And then he came, like, over here, and he was, like, a quote-unquote, like, rookie. And he did, like, amazing things. But, yes, very deep dive on Eric Thames. But maybe there's an X factor for the Brewers in the fact that what do we expect from maybe them using Jacob Mizorowski? Do you think he could be a difference maker in this series, like moving forward? Because I will say, like, that feels like the one ace that they have up their sleeve, because we know he has super high end potential, but he's also a young guy and he hasn't been super consistent. But it just feels like at the end of the day, like the Brewers even said this themselves, they have 1.5 starters in this series.
Yeah.
Like they're counting Mizorowski as a half starter. And they've used him out of the bullpen. He has not been a starter. But it just, the depth just is lacking. And they used Freddie Peralta last night. And he was supposed to be their ace. And they didn't win that game.
Well, also, Mizorowski is such an interesting case, and we saw this with Trey Savage for the Blue Jays as well, where these guys can have knockout stuff, but also their sample size is so small, and they can get hit because I think postseason experience matters in a big way. And so Mizorowski is still very good. He's not the pitcher he was earlier this season when he was an all-star. Do you know what I mean?
And so 12 innings.
Right. So does he have that potential? Yeah. But if he's the guy that's backing up Freddie Peralta, it makes me a little worried if you expect the Brewers to make a comeback, and I just don't think it's going to happen. Coming up next on the show, never too early to break out the sledgehammer. Brad Evans, co-host of BetMGM Tonight, joins us next. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Back on a Wednesday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Coming up on the show, special treat, midweek edition. We get some early NFL insight from a man who loves to keep you up late. Brad Evans, the co-host of BetMGM Tonight. So Brad has a great nickname on X, Twitter, whatever, Noisy Huevos. And you were saying, what, no nickname in high school? I know back on the AOL days, you were Back Babe 69, 62.
963.
963.
Very close.
Nailed it. So close. Pan. No nickname for you besides Back Babe?
Well, my nickname that I do not appreciate is Chelsea, because people just normally get my name wrong. So I would just get so sick of like listening to it that I'm like, yeah, it's fine. Just call me Chelsea, whatever. But it feels like it's not a thing in the culture for girls as much as boys. Like, I feel like boys have like this culture, especially when you play sports, is that there's always nicknames handed out. Where like so many guys like have nicknames. Even you, Jenks.
Yeah.
Like, people don't call you Michael. People call you Jenks. So I feel like it's a male thing.
Yeah, maybe so. When I was in high school, I'm sure I've said this before, when I worked at a grocery store, my nickname was Snowman. And David Doyle, who I love David, and David was a lifer. Like, he worked in a grocery store for a living, and he gave all of us nicknames. And like my friend James was Bird Nuts. I don't know where that came from, but James was Bird Nuts. TC was Huggy Bear. I was Snowman, and David Doyle would get on the intercom and call us these names. And it's small town Texas. And so you hear like, Bird Nuts aisle 3, Bird Nuts aisle 3. And people are like, what? And he was a psycho, but he made it so fun for us. And then I'd be, getting ready to, stock something, aisle 7 or something, and I'd hear a Snowman. I'd be like, what? I'm looking around. Snowman. I look down the aisle. David is on the floor, but just so I can see like his eyes, like peeping across the aisle. And he's just like laying horizontal so people can see him, but I can only see like his eyes up. He's like, hey, good job. And I'm like, thanks, David. Anyway, he was a psycho. Best guy, though. They asked him one time, why did you name Jenkins Snowman? And here was his well thought out explanation. He goes, you guys have seen that movie Rain Man, right? Everybody goes, yeah. He goes, well, Snowman. Okay, David. Okay.
Good one.
There we go. Got us. Let's bring in a guy with a much better nickname. Of course, Brad Evans. You know him as co-host of BetMGM Tonight, Monday through Friday from 7-11 in the East, host of the Fade 5 podcast, I should say, and contributor to The Athletic. Brad, thanks for waking up with us, man. I know it's early for you.
Hola, amigos! Got some coffee into my system, and I'm always here to jack up the excitement. They call me the big noise since high school for a reason.
All right. So I feel like you are good at so many things that, like, I even wonder, like, all right, what am I going to ask him first? But I always come back to fantasy football because it feels like that is your wheelhouse, and I feel like you're so good at it. You're a Hall of Famer, I feel like, for fantasy football, if I am not mistaken. So let me ask you, what has been your biggest surprise this far when it comes to fantasy football? Like, who's a player that just came out of the woodwork that nobody expected?
Well, I could start on the other side of the ledger first, and a player that's been a colossal letdown, and a player I have a lot of shares in. We'll go there, and then I'll go to the flip side of the script. So let's go with a Debbie Downer. It's Chase Brown, my guy, who I'm always getting down with on a BetMGM Tonight. Have a bottle of maple syrup with his name on it, for crying out loud, as a member of formerly of the ILL here in the Great Midwest. But the Cincinnati team has just been an utter disaster. We're going to see him tomorrow night at home against the Pittsburgh Steelers, the battle of geriatric quarterbacks. Of course, Aaron Rodgers and Joe Flacco going toe-to-toe. But I thought Brown would actually have a little bit more roam around, at least there in the trenches. And he has not had any of that this season. A guy that's just been bottled up continuously. He has just been folded as the offensive line have been nothing but Casper the Friendly Ghost up front there for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers. So that to me, for the Cincinnati Bengals. So that to me is the biggest surprise because a lot of people invested like round 2 capital. I mean, you could argue that Travion Henderson has been a massive letdown as well for the New England Patriots. A lot of people waiting on Pens and Eagles. Hey, is this guy finally going to get his just due and get an opportunity? Ramondre Stevenson couldn't hold on to grandma's fine porcelain to save his life, caught for the ball left and right. But Mike Vrabel seems committed to getting the rock to Ramondre repeatedly, and Travion Henderson just not getting the job done. So those are some guys that have definitely been surprises on the negative side. Really the positive side, the one guy that jumps out to me immediately, Mac Jones. I know he's been filling in for Bryce Purdy, and he's so purdy. Not so much right now because, of course, he's dealing with that nettlesome toe injury, among other things. But Mac Jones, the guy who built like me, he's got the dad bod. I'm like, this guy's ever going to amount to anything as an NFL quarterback. But he has been a surprise sensation when he has been out there. Probably someone got to beep, 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 and back up the truck for him in the offseason and pay him Brewster's millions because he has been quite the sensation for San Francisco there in a pinch. It kind of helps when you're throwing the pill to Christian McCaffrey, though everybody else right now not exactly healthy, though Kendrick Bourne has equally been a big surprise going back-to-back 100-yard games.
Oh, man. Great reference with Brewster's Millions, by the way. Sneaky, underrated, very good movie. Good call.
Yes. Classic.
Yeah, classic. So, broad-based question here. Are the Bucs the best team in the NFC right now?
I think they're in the argument. There's so much parity that exists in the NFL that I think you can make a very strong stance and, argue to your blue in the face, and nobody's got to really question it of several teams that are the best squad in the NFC or really the AFC right now. For my money, I would say the representatives from Shiver Me Timbers, Buccaneers land there in Western Florida, probably are the best team. I think Baker Mayfield, a very strong candidate for the MVP race. Get him at plus 425 right now to hoist the hardware there at BetMGM, and you might want to grab that before that number drops even further. Should be around plus 200, plus 150. Josh Allen, still one of the front runners. Patrick Mahomes firmly back in the conversation as well, as Kansas City is back trending in the right direction. But for me, what Baker Mayfield has done, Baker, the touchdown maker, is living up to that nickname, Chelsea, and a guy that is delivering on all fronts, no matter who he is throwing the pill to. Emeka Egbuka is now in the injury infirmary, as he's dealing with a hamstring setback. Mike Evans, we may or may not get my cousin back on the field this week. And they've lost other guys as well. Chris Godwin has got that fabulous setback. So he's just getting it done with a really kind of a ragtag group. Maybe a pair of Johnsons he's going to be throwing the ball to this week. We'll see if Emeka Egbuka is officially going to be out and whether or not Mike Evans can suit up. Maybe Kate Otton's going to be his true, WR1, though, at the tight end position. But for my estimation, I think Tampa Bay is a team to beat despite their shortcomings on the back end defensively. When you got Vita Vea there in the trenches, and of course Baker Mayfield spinning the rock, that's a team that's going to continue to pile up the wins in a relatively weak division in which they will not be contested too much.
All right, so I love betting on props because I feel like it's fantasy football without like the commitment. So this week, who is on your radar? Like, who has a great matchup? Like, for me, I always start with, okay, who's playing the Cowboys? Usually that's a great place to start. Yeah. But who are you looking at this week to have a big production week when it comes to fantasy or props?
Yeah, look, and the props have been a very slow drip releasing this week. I'll give you one on Thursday night and a line that's actually available. I love Jamar Chase. I grabbed it immediately when the line opened at 70.5. It's already up 2 ticks to 72.5. You look at the matchup and you might say, well, it's the steel curtain, man. It's Pittsburgh. Who's throwing him the pill? It's Joe Flacco. He once roamed with the Triceratops back in the Cretaceous period. Yes, I understand that. But Jamar Chase is going to be funneled with with targets. Nothing but tunnel vision Flacco had for him last week. And you look at the mano-a-mano matchup projected. Who's he going to see most often in coverage on the back end defensively? Well, it's probably going to be not so big play Darius Slay, a guy really nicknamed Big Play because of the plays he allows, not because he's making those plays. He's given up the 17th most yards of any defensive back in the NFL through a handful of weeks. He's also given up a 117.6 passer rating to his assignments. Chase coming off that double-digit target game, had over 90 receiving yards. It might be a little bit of a go Billy Raft on you, nickel and dimer action in small chunks, but I think he's going to get well past the now 72.5 yards needed to cash in. And the one prop I'm waiting on pins and needles to drop today, make it happen, BetMGM. Quinshon Judkins of the Cleveland Browns, a running back there who has dodged suspension probably, and a player who is really shedding and shredding tacklers as well. He's way up there in the YAC per attempt on the year. In Miami, one of the worst. They're the bottom 3 in rush EPA defense on the season. So he's going to get the ball early, often, and absolutely ground and pound Miami there along the shores of Lake Erie with that game being played in Seatown. So give me the Cleveland Brown, Quinshon Judkins, whatever the number is. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere in the mid-70s. I would play the number up really probably like 89.5. I think he's got a chance. And if you want to get some plus money in the alt market, to go for 100-plus rush yards, and you might be able to get that at Significant Juice once it opens.
Talking to Brad Evans, the co-host of BetMGM Tonight, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11 in the East. Brad, is there a player who, I know props are, they don't really come out necessarily right now. We'll have to wait a couple days. But if the number is right, is there a player that you believe is maybe still sort of undervalued by the market, maybe not a big name?
Yeah, we'll go with a number right now that is available for the Thursday night game.
Okay.
I love playing a lot of these secondary running back valuations that are out there. And Kenneth Gainwell, an appropriate last name. Good Lord, that's unbelievable that he's a running back on the pro circuit. His number opened at just 23.5 rush yards. It's jumped to 24.5. And I say that is too low against those Bungles who may or may not have Trey Hendrickson there in the trenches as he's day-to-day with a back injury, did not practice yesterday. I would play that number up to like 29.5. Look, Jaylen Warren is going to be the main man. Probably going to get around 60% of the opportunity share, which he has logged for much of the season. But Kenneth Gainwell is a guy that will get plenty of meat left on the bone. He may get around 25-30% of the overall snap share and opportunity share in that 1-2 punch backfield of the Pittsburgh Steelers. So for me, against the Cincinnati front, that's bottom 5 in rush EPAD entering the week, one that's given up over 4.5 yards per carry to opposing plowshares, well north of 100 rush yards per game to running backs as well. He may only need, let's say, 6-7 rush attempts, and I think he'll get that kind of volume on a Thursday night short week to cruise past the number needed here, which right now is just 25 rush yards. So, yeah, pay attention, not to the superstars necessarily, but some of those softer lines that are out there tied to the second fiddles in NFL backfields.
Check him out as co-host of BetMGM Tonight, Monday through Friday from 7 to 11 in the East. Also host of the Fade 5 pod and contributor to The Athletic. It is our guy, Noisy Huevos. You gave out more information in like 8 minutes than I have all show. Bravo, sir. Bravo. Bravo.
Gracias, mi amigo, and gracias, mi amiga. We got to figure out a nickname for you, Chelsea. Something ultra creative. To get, I don't know, a bumper sticker, put it on your license plate, a vanity plate. We got to roll with something. So, Jinx, you're a mastermind with that kind of stuff. Start brewing up some concepts, and I'll vote on it.
I'm on it, my friend. Also, vanity plate. Great idea. I would love that. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you, buddy. Oh, something that works.
Thanks, guys. Good luck.
Thank you, buddy. Something that works on a vanity plate? We could do that.
I hate vanity plates. Can I just say that?
Of course.
I feel like this is made for like 16-year-old girls. They're like, I want my name. I want Princess 22. I don't know. It feels like these are the same people who like celebrate their birthday month, right? It's all about them.
Swim for more. No, that won't work.
Yuck. Cringe.
I don't know. I'm trying.
Swim for more.
No. How about
Roadhouse
chick. Roadhouse chick. We could do that. Like, RD. Roadhouse. RDHSCHK. Roadhouse chick. That would work.
Yuck.
What?
No. That seems like kind of white trash, even though it fits the bill.
You're like, even though I ate it for 3 straight days.
She looks like she eats a lot of rolls.
Oh, she loves a good roll. How about butter roll? No. You're like, no.
So sexy.
Stop with the nicknames. How about Chelsea? How about a name? Okay, we'll do that. Coming up next in the show. Only one game on the baseball slate tonight. How will we bet it? Or will hockey make an appearance? Maybe so. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's a midweek edition of the show, and we're not done yet. Thank you, Double D. Always on point. Dylan, D-Day, Double D, Chelsea, Jinx, Donkster. Everyone's here on a Wednesday. Great to have you back with us on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Oh, I know that face. That face is, I can't decide what I want to bet, and don't suggest another vanity plate to me.
Yeah, I'm waffling, which is always a good sign when you want to put confidence in whatever bet that you are placing. But it's just like I'm waffling between the Mariners on the money line or the under. Like both could possibly hit. But I think this is the tough part about betting on postseason baseball is that there is only one game to choose from. And we're also sitting on a Wednesday. So like I understand that you know hockey and you can bet on hockey too. It's just it feels like a tough scenario when you're backed into a corner and you're like, hey, this is the only game available. You have to make a bet in this game. It's normally not like the best way to approach things.
How about the Mariners and the under? Same game parlay piece? No?
Yes, because we do so many parlays for official bets on this show.
Why not?
I don't think we played a plus
Nothing to
many
lose.
bet in like many moons.
Well, why not now? If not now, when? If not now, when? Now's the time.
Never.
Never. Also never. Okay, let's check in on Dabby Doo because yesterday at this time, Dabby Doo was struggling, but now Dab's on the up and up.
I hope so. Here's the thing. So, like, if you guys haven't been following along this journey for us, so my cat Dabby has seizures. She has had them for like quite some time. Like, she had some like 3 years ago, and then we gave her a pill for a couple weeks, and then she stopped, and there was like a 2-year break or something, and now she's back to having them. So, like, the crazy thing is it's very hard to find a solution for seizures, even in human beings. So when they're like, hey, we can do an MRI and get her a brain scan for a cool price of $20,000, you're like, no thanks. We will just continue to take the pills. So, like, it's the tricky part of just like, I don't know if these are going to stop, but we're going to try these pills. We'll see. But no brain scans in Dabby Doo's future unless I hit a huge big money parlay, but like who wants to use $20,000 on a vet bill?
Oh, God, no. That's like the old Norm Macdonald joke where he was taking care of a friend's cat and he was like, yeah, this cat got sick. I took it to the vet and the vet was like, it's going to be $3,000. And he was like, can I buy like 50 cats with that? Why am I fixing this one? But if you love your animals, you love your animals. Dabby Doo is doing okay. And I asked because I got stunned this morning by Bijou, our cat, because Bijou is on my schedule, which means we wake up at 4 a.m. and he is waiting in the hallway and he knows when I get up, we go downstairs together and that's when he gets his scratches for about 10 minutes and his treats. Mainly scratches though. He's a very peculiar cat. Like he needs to be on the carpet or on the rug in the kitchen and that's when he likes to be scratched. It's really odd. But this morning, I get up, I go into the bathroom, I open the door, and I see this little silhouette. And I was like, oh my God, he was just like standing there waiting for me to open the door. That bedroom, man, that bedroom has been nothing but weirdo vibes over the past week. Maybe I need some sage or something in there. It was just very creepy as we get closer to Halloween. I think he was just waiting in a different area, but he never does that. So I don't know what's going on in there.
Until you find a body in the basement.
Ooh, there it is.
Show you've been watching.
Yes. I mean, I can't really complain about anything dark if we're watching these things each and every night. Anyway, but the cat's fine. He got his scratches. He got his treats. So everybody's happy. And we're going to keep the good times rolling here at the top of the hour. Bet Sweats. Will Joe O show up today? Is it Joe or Sammy P today?
Today is Joe O.
In theory.
In theory.
In theory. It's Joe O today. In theory, we'll see.
Until he finds a body in the basement.
Body in the basement. They're going to give us their favorite plays for tonight's game in Major League Baseball. They're looking at college football futures as well. Nate Collins along at 9:20, Todd Frazier at 11, and Caroline Fenton will join the show at 11:20. Okay, we've sussed it out. We've talked about it. Now it's time to lay down our favorite bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
Looking like a squad play here. One game on the card, one bet.
All right, so as I mentioned, I've been walking back and forth on this bet.
Okay.
So it's not a 5-star play for me, but this is the one that I could make the best case for. So we're going to take the Mariners just to win outright at -130, just because it feels like everything is rolling in the direction of the Mariners. Like, not only have they won the first 2 games, they won them on the road. So now they get to go back home where they have been noticeably better so far this regular season. And I feel like they kind of have the pitching advantage. As somebody who has trusted Shane Bieber before, I will not be doing this again after he had a disastrous outing against the Yankees this postseason. Went 2 2/3 and gave up 3 runs on 5 hits, even had a walk in there. So I understand he's the veteran pitcher in this environment, but George Kirby's been good. A 2.70 ERA in the postseason, and plus he's been very good at home as well. And it just feels like Mariners and their bats have been the hotter lineup. Hell, they scored 10 runs in a game against the Blue Jays, which is a crazy feat to do in the postseason. So all the numbers, if you look at the trends for both these teams in this exact position, I'm not a huge fan of like regular season trends. But again, like the Mariners, when they get credit from the market, have been outstanding. 66-46 as favorites this year, 53-31 at home. Meanwhile, Toronto has not been quite as good away from the Rogers Center, just 41-42 away from home. So I think that this is the one that I can make the best case for. So we're going with Seattle tonight to make it a 3-game lead in the ALCS.
Yeah, I keep saying it feels like Seattle is a team of destiny. Never made the World Series before. This is their one shot. This is their best shot. 2-0 series lead, headed back to Seattle. You were talking about how good they've been at home this season. George Kirby at home this season has been very good. 5-4, a 3.38 ERA, and he's been good recently. In his last 5 appearances, no more than 2 runs in any of those starts. And also, I think it helps that, unlike we saw against the Yankees, Vladdy Guerrero has been ice cold, 0-for-7 in 2 games. So if that carries over to tonight, it's another reason why you have to like Seattle here. So I think Mariners money line is the play as well. -130 is the play at BetMGM. Also, guys, don't forget, we're on YouTube. You can check out the Daily Tip along with each and every show on the BetMGM network. Make sure you like and subscribe. And as always, you can listen on the Odyssey app. Chelsea, once again, every single year on this show, I make a plea. Will you please? Can you at least consider the idea that maybe a little hockey is in your future?
I will not. But I did tell you that I now am a proud owner of an Avalanche sweatshirt.
Oh, yeah.
That was 10 cents on sale at Lucky Bundle. It was a nice sweatshirt. It was originally $60. I got it for 10 cents, Jenks. The store was going out of business, so maybe I need to look into the Avs. I know nothing about them.
They can be your team. If I bet on the Avs this season, I'll be like Chelsea's Avs. Chelsea's Colorado Avalanche.
It's a part of my identity now.
I know. I mean, once you purchase the sweatshirt at a deal, that's your team. I do have a hockey bet tonight. Hockey. Let's do it. Blues -1. -114, hosting the Blackhawks. If you want Blues on the puck line, they have to win by 2. Then you can get yourself some plus money. Maybe do that. But this is a fade of Chicago. Always a team you can look to fade in the right spot. They've allowed 7 goals in their past 2 road games. And I really like the matchup in net tonight for the Blues here, particularly Jordan Binnington. If you look at him in his career against the Blackhawks, 11-2-1 with a goals against average of just 2.83. Also, Chicago very bad on the power play thus far, only converting at about a clip of 15%. Let's go Blues -1, -114 tonight in St. Louis. Okay, before we get to Joe O, possibly, maybe, we don't know. We'll find out. We bring in the Dockster and find out what is on his mind. Dockster, what's going on, buddy?
Since I'm the only one undefeated on the show this week, It's time to inspire the rest of the crew, just like Eric Thames.
Oh, please don't.
You'll see I'm not wearing a shirt.
You never are.
That's right. Look at this smooth and moisturized skin. Caution, slippery when wet. Now go win some bets.
That's not really inspiring, but all right, let's hear your play.
Blue Jays, money line against Seattle.
Oh, plus money. Well, not like you, doctor. I believe. There he is. Legendary in the flesh. From Bet Sweats, it is Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning.
Morning, Jenks. I know you didn't want me to show up because you didn't want to think about that Commanders rushing defense against the god-awful DeAndre Swift.
Oh, that was so... You know what's bad is that at the end of the game after that fumble, which was just, I mean, I thought I had it. I had a parlay. I had Bill Krosky Merritt over 50 yards and a Commanders money line win. And I thought they convert this 3rd and 1. It's over. Then they fumble it. And once the Bears got it, to your point, you knew they were going to feed DeAndre Swift, and you knew the Commanders couldn't stop it.
Couldn't believe the game that he had. He was awful coming into that game. That play, do you put it on the OC or the quarterback that was trying to kind of shovel it off to the running back as he couldn't handle the ball in the ring?
I mean, it's on Jaden Daniels, but ultimately, why is he not under center?
I don't know.
You know, that's the thing. So I think that's the bigger issue.
Yep.
Yeah,
For sure.
that was such a 6-7 play. So, question of the day, Joe: Have you heard this term?
Have I
you
heard
have kids?
it? I live it every day. I coach a group of 12, 13-year-olds.
Oh,
It's all I hear. Everything. Hey, coach, the score is 6-7. You know, how many runs do you think we're going to win? It is non-stop. Yes, it's everything. And then
it doesn't even make sense.
No, it doesn't. And I walk into it all the time, and I'm like, oh, I said it. And of course, they always catch it. Yeah. I know.
And
Doing the
stupid hand
stretches.
motion.
5, 6, 7. Yeah.
How many runs tonight? Mariners, Blue Jays. 6-7? 6-7?
What's the total?
Total. Oh, 6-7. That's our 6-7 boy, Joe. Hey, Joe, have a great show. Good to see you as always. That's it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, D-Day, Double D, Dylan, I'm Jinx. Have a good Wednesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
And a high fly ball into left field. That is way back there. And that is going to be a gone home run. Another 3-2. Muncy into center field. Frelick turns and runs. That ball's deep. Frelick jumps. And it is up and out of here. Max Muncy.
Might be a boring CS. We'll talk about it. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. This is Bet Sweats. Welcome in on this Wednesday. As usual, on Wednesdays, we will have power rankings. We're going to go over our top 5 NFL teams at this moment. Maybe some surprises along the way there. Live dogs and teasers, a new game that I think we stumbled into yesterday on the show. 3, 2, 1. Can't wait. That'll be fun. Make sure you hang out. A few great guests. Nate Collins will join us in 20 minutes. Todd Frazier, 11 a.m. Eastern. Caroline Fenton on college football. A lot going on, especially, as always, this time of year in sports. And, Sam, we're going to break down the betting angles. Check us out, BetMGMNetwork.com, BetMGMNetwork.com. That takes you to the Odyssey app. Follow us there. And subscribe on YouTube. I see a lot of YouTube folks jumping in of late. Love to see it. Subscribe to the BetMGM Network pages. Always have a couple video clips if you miss any of the show from some stuff that we think you'll be interested in. Baseball, Sam. Dodgers up 2-0. All right. ALCS 2-0, NLCS 2-0. We get here a lot in sports and in the playoffs, and a lot of times we overreact and say, okay, it's going to be a short series. And then you start to see a bounce back a little bit, but it's not always the Dodgers involved. The Brewers can't even get in scoring position, man.
Not good for the over, 7.5.
Nope.
Although there were several chances for the Dodgers to get there basically by themselves. They had the bases loaded multiple times at the back half of that game and just couldn't get that death blow. I mean, they didn't need it because Milwaukee can't score, at least right now. Every morning I do this new thing where I log into BetMGM and check the World Series MVP odds. And I just watched Teoscar Hernandez shorten and shorten and shorten. He is now 11-1. He was 100. He was 100-1, Joe.
You're so mad at yourself. I'm aware.
I know. It's so nice. Very nice for you to have that. Very not nice for me to forget to put that in after it was talked about on the show. But Ohtani still favored. Then Cal, then Freddie, then Julio, then Mookie, then Teoscar. But I also think the way that it's happened with the two teams taking a 2-0 lead, it's been the road team. So usually it's the home team holding serve, and then the road team tries to claw back in when the road team goes home. Nope. Dodgers go to Milwaukee. Seattle goes to Toronto. Bang, 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 bang. And it's very funny. All summer into the fall, the one fatal flaw that the writers, the analysts, the media people all talked about with the Dodgers, the bullpen. Well, if the rotation goes 0-5 White Sox on your ass, you're not going to have to worry about the bullpen.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Last night did not have to worry about it at all. It was shaky in game 1, though, with the bullpen. But game 2, I think that had something to do with it. Yeah, let's not mess around. Let's not play. Let's just shut this thing down. We're going to have full rest. We don't need to short rest any of our starters. We're going to be just fine. Hernandez goes deep. Muncy goes deep. Solo homers. See, you're kicking yourself for not getting that World Series MVP play in, even though we haven't played a game in the World Series yet. I'm kicking myself for not doing NLCS. Like, if I like those names for the World Series, why would I like those same names at those prices for the NLCS? I didn't do anything there in those CS MVP odds, which is something you can bet on. Extra base hits, I mean, that was not it, man. Freeman, his 4th double of the playoffs. Kike, his 4th double of the playoffs. Edman, Paez, 6 extra base hits last night for the Dodgers. You would think they would score more than 5, but they haven't been great with runners in scoring position. As you mentioned, these overs probably should be hitting, but they're just not because they don't have great numbers with runners in scoring position. Here's the scary thing. As dominant as the Dodgers have been, nothing and I mean nothing, from the best player in the world. So what if he shows up in the World Series? What if Ohtani actually does something? Congratulations, you go 1 for 5 last night. You finally got a hit. It was like, oh, monkey off his back. Something's going to happen now. I don't know. All his teammates seem to be doing better. I don't think there's going to be much Milwaukee fight in this one. Are you thinking like 5 games max, or can they push this a little bit?
I just don't know if they can find the rhythm at the plate. You know, baseball is a very streaky sport, as you know. It comes in waves and then it disappears in waves. And for the Dodgers to have 5 runs, the Brewers have 3 hits. Like that's the math to me. This team's outscoring you, obviously, but they're getting more runs than you're getting knocks at the plate. And I don't know that just turns on its head in a very small pocket of time. Ohtani, to the point, though, about him struggling, was very funny in the group thread last night. Paul texted the boys, does Ohtani have a hit yet? Bang. Almost seconds later, Ohtani gets an RBI single. Very funny, given how we know Paul likes to run sometimes. Ohtani's still favored, though, to win World Series MVP because the capability, the potential is obviously there. I don't know how long the series goes, but mathematically it doesn't feel great. It's wild. Both teams have a 2-0 lead. Both teams go on the road. Seattle to win the series minus 600. The Dodgers minus 1,400 to win the series. The math is saying it's basically over.
Yep, it is $12 over at BetMGM. I see a range of $10 to $20 for the Dodgers in the NLCS. Some people saying we don't want to take any more bets. When that text came in from Paul, I think it's frustrating. So I had to watch the game on my phone, which I know you've been in that spot many times when you're dealing with Wi-Fi issues and trains and planes and all that stuff. Trying to watch games. It's not an enjoyable experience. Like, we spend all this money, we have this setup, and then we end up in positions where you have these big games that you want to watch in a relaxed atmosphere, and you got to be doing something that you don't really want to do. So around that time, I think it was 9:24 here. All right, daughter's fall ball playoff game going on. I'm like, okay, one more minute. Come on, let's have a long at bat. One more minute. They can't go to a new inning. It's 9:24, and he starts telling the runner on third, go home, go home. She's utterly confused. Everybody else is confused. I know exactly what he's doing. Wanted her to run into the out, so we had to play another inning. So then I had to sit there another 20, 25 minutes. Yeah, he's like, let's take our chances. Let's run into this out. We're down 4. Let's see what happens next. Well, they end up losing by 11. But yeah, so that was fun. All the parents are ready to go. All right, good fun season. Let's go home. It's late. It's a school night. Go home. Go home. Okay. Out. New inning.
Wait,
Boo!
I think you buried the lead. 7 more runs the next inning.
It was sweet justice, if we're being honest.
So he's trying to strategically maneuver this situation where you get the out and we'll get 4 in the next inning, but then give up 7 in the next half inning.
Yeah. And then I don't think we scored any in the extra.
Well, of course not. Like the Brewers. It's like the Dodgers and the Brewers.
It's, man, 2 games. So I saw them mention this in the post game. I'm like, that can't be right. And I took a look at it. I'm like, holy crap, he's right. The Dodgers have had 21 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Do you know how many at-bats the Brewers have had?
I don't. I'm going to guess 4.
High. You're high.
Really?
Yes. You're very high. 1. It's 1 at-bat with a runner in scoring position. And the Dodgers have had 21 of them. It's like, good luck, even though they're not hitting at a high rate with runners in scoring position. Good luck with all that. Game 3, glass now. Game 4, Ohtani. That is what is waiting on the Brewers, and the Brewers have not announced their starters for the next couple of games. So we've got 1 game going down tonight. Toronto, Seattle back at it. Of course, a 2-0 advantage there, and then both of the series will be in play coming up on Thursday. Seattle, a $1.35 favorite over at BetMGM with Kirby on the bump against Toronto. So we'll get into that later on today, especially when Todd Frazier from Foul Territory joins us at 11 a.m. Eastern. Something else that stood out, kind of like the off day with the NFL. All right, let's recalibrate. Let's see where we're at with everything. Holy cow, was it a week of injuries for wide receivers, Sam? That's what stood out to me. Like we mentioned on Monday and Tuesday, oh, this guy got hurt, that guy got hurt. And then when you look at the full list, it's like, holy crap. So DJ Moore spends a night in the hospital of the Bears. They're calling him day to day. I doubt he's going to be ready for the New Orleans game for Chicago. Garrett Wilson, going to miss multiple games for the Jets. Puka has the ankle. They say he's day-to-day. Maybe he is because he did return in that game. Marvin Harrison Jr., concussion, so you would expect him to miss the next game. You've got Ibuka. He's going to miss time. People guessing maybe a month for him. You still have Godwin out for the Bucs. And the Titans, Ridley's got a hamstring. We know those things tend to linger for a few weeks for wide receivers. So when you look back at it, it was the week of the wide receiver injury.
Oh, Ridley's hurt? There's another receiver on my IR, I guess, in fantasy. Not IR, but I mean, it's just my entire team.
Everyone.
Everybody is hurt. Burrow, Njoku, McLaurin, Ridley, Tracy. Not that Tracy was like anything special for the Giants. My defense is basically all hurt with Minnesota. I'm surprised my kicker hasn't pulled a hammy yet. I did get a win. Finally, I'm 1-4. But nobody cares about my fantasy.
Is there a
team or your
punishment though?
fantasy team.
I care if there's a punishment.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We just have the winner take the pot. That's it.
Okay.
But open up for JSN? Question mark. He's just dominating and staying on the field right now. That's more than half the battle, I guess, for offensive player.
Yeah, I know. Well, CMC's still healthy.
For now.
There it is. You were the guy before the season. You were getting mad at everybody suggesting that he's going to get hurt. He's going to get hurt. And now you're so ravaged by injury with your fantasy team. You're like, yeah, he's going to get hurt too.
That's what Dan Patrick told me when we were talking about offensive player. He's like, well, McCaffrey's always hurt. I go, he won the award 2 years ago. And Dan's like, yeah, but then he got hurt. And I'm like, well, he's not always hurt. He just won the award. But I'm waiting for that other shoe to drop. That was my first round pick, McCaffrey. He's the only thing holding me above water. I mean, I'm basically already dead, but it's crazy what McCaffrey's doing because I think unlike any other player at the top of this board, everybody knows where the ball's going with McCaffrey. Like there's nobody else that really scares you on San Francisco. So for him to consistently put up over 100 yards a game and basically get a touchdown a game, I'm very impressed by that. But you sort of know what's coming, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. With the way things are going, it's like you're dodging landmines with San Francisco. Oh, it's Bosa. Yep. It's Kittle. It's Warner. It's Ayuk. Like,
Purdy.
It's Purdy, of course. When is your team? When is your chance coming up next? What is the vibe in the Boston area? Like, how high are they on New England? We talked about their schedule moving forward and divisions and all that, and their real legitimate chance of winning the AFC East. And I'm staring at Vrabel 5-1. I'm like, this might be the best price you get on Vrabel 5-1 coach of the year in a long, long time. There's going to be a lot of buzz around him, assuming they win this revenge game this weekend against the Titans.
So the Patriots fans are starting to say that they have regained the East. They have taken it back from Buffalo because, as you know, Joe, after 2 losses, the Bills are cooked, which I'm hearing a ton these days. I have 2 screenshots. One of them is from Nick Costos saying, if you bet Buffalo to win the Super Bowl, you've wasted your money. And then my teammate at Fox, Tom Brady, has the Buffalo Bills outside his top 10 power ranking. So I guess the season's over in Buffalo.
I was jokingly going to ask if you knocked Buffalo out of your top 5 when we do power rankings in an hour. What?
No.
Outside the top 10? I know you haven't. Outside the top 10?
Yeah, season is over. Newsflash, because the Bills lost back-to-back games. It's over. I'm going to light all my Buffalo stock on fire because
Yeah.
the Costos Brady combos say it's over. So I'm glad that on October 15th, the Buffalo Bills season has come to an end. RIP.
This is insane. And then we're seeing other power rankings get released in the last 24 hours. And it felt like to a man, it's Bucks 1. Okay. I think we're going to disagree with that one during our power rankings.
Just a little bit.
I think so. All right. We'll get to that coming up. Next, Nate Collins will hang out. Joe O, Sammy P. More NFL chatter coming your way. This is Bet Sweats. Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network.
here is Jake Moody. Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
One of Nate Collins' former teams comes through Monday night with the Chicago Bears over Washington. A little Hail Mary revenge there. Joe, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Every Wednesday on the show, we get Nate Collins here to drop by to hang out. And Nate, how you feeling on this Wednesday morning, man?
I feel good. Jake Moody's his revenge. Jake Moody with a little revenge, little ha-ha to Deebo Samuels on the sideline. He's still thinking about getting choked and seeing those videos of choked on the sideline by Deebo when they were in San Fran together. So him kicking that game-winning field goal after missing one in that game or having one blocked, I know that felt good. I know that felt good for him, for sure.
I have this new theory that when a kicker gets cut or moved aside, when he goes to that next team, if he's lucky, he's nails right out of the gate. Like there's something to prove, and there's something that just kind of works out in the world where if you get cut, you then become not elite, but I knew that kick was going in because they were talking about it during the drive. Like, he didn't really kick well in San Francisco. And I'm like, he's about to nail this, John, and it was right down the middle, Nate.
Yeah, kickers are one of those jobs in the NFL where you got a short leash to say, and especially if you get cut from somewhere as being a kicker, it's almost one of those things. If you go somewhere else, like you have to be perfect so you can kind of keep that job, honestly.
Yeah, no doubt. Like the Bears, you look at Santos, and he's been great here. And then a guy they had a few years ago, Pinheiro. Right now, he's the best kicker in football for San Francisco. It's like these guys end up moving around, and it ends up working out. So, kickers, huge thing there. All right, your Jaguars. You got to watch Seattle up close. This is a team that we've been kind of fascinated with because the metrics love them. Like as far as balanced, strong offense and defense, they certainly pop. Like Sam Darnold's been awesome. The defense, phenomenal as well. And then they're just kind of hanging out in the NFC West, and everybody talks about the other teams outside of that. I'm really interested in one of the two Monday night games that we have this week, Seattle and Houston. But you tell me, what were your takeaways after watching the Seahawks play your Jaguars?
JSN is a dog. He gets open anytime he wants. He can run any route on the route tree. And I watched him honestly just decimate our defense, ours meaning the Jaguars. And what a way to get a new player in Newsome. And the first play he plays, they throw a 60-yard bomb on his head to JSN. And I was just like, I was dumbfounded watching that. But JSN is really good. And after watching that tape and then rewatching the game a little bit, it's one of those things where anyone who's going to play the Seahawks, like, our defense doesn't have to feel bad because JSN most likely is going to do that to everybody. He gets open, he finds his spots. I think him and Sam Darnold, they have a connection right now that you kind of want with your quarterback and your number one receiver, and they have that. And it was one of those things where it just seemed like anything we would do to try to stop him, he was still finding his spots, finding the holes in the defense, and it's easy enough to say, but he catches the rock. He's no drop passes. Ball's going in his direction. He's finding a way to get his hands on it and come down with it. And great footwork, toe tapping. He's just an amazing player.
In about 35 minutes, Joe and I are going to do our power rankings. Can't wait for the people to get really mad online at us. But our exercise this week is the best 5 teams in football. And it's very difficult to put them in order. Not only is it hard to put number 1 on top, but to put 5 in order. If we were just going to ask you, who's the best team in football right now? What's the answer?
The best team in football.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. It's crazy, but like, I mean, obviously, every week changes everything, and I hate to say that Kansas City is shaping up to be, but right now in the current moment, it's it's hard to say, but I really like the Patriots. I don't think they're necessarily the best team in football, but
Mhm.
I just think they have the highest ceiling, and right now they're playing exactly how they should be. I feel like they took losses that maybe it's good to take right now. But if I wasn't going to say the Patriots just because that's my Super Bowl pick, it has to be Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Bucks. Baker Mayfield is easily right now the MVP of the league, and just seeing what he's doing with his 5, 6, seventh receiver on his team right now, with all of their starting receivers being hurt. We always kind of give teams the benefit of the doubt, or we kind of give them excuses when guys are hurt. And Tampa, they just keep winning. Mike Evans is hurt. He's one of the biggest names in football, and Baker's like best target, and he hasn't played in weeks, and they're still winning games. And I just think that Baker, if he keeps playing like this, like Tampa Bay is the team to beat, I think, right now in football.
I think your response was also kind of telling, and I agree with where you're at because you wrestled with it and then you popped up with a few names that most people would have laughed at you a few weeks ago. But they're playing to that level. Like I have trouble with the Colts. Like I still don't know where to put them. Yes, really, really good. Are they great? Is anybody great? Like that's what I'm kind of looking at. It feels like week after week, we get here and I'm like, I think the list of teams that could win the Super Bowl is expanding, but usually when the season marches on, it shrinks, but it feels like it's the opposite. And part of that is, to me, it doesn't seem like anybody is great. Is that how you feel right now?
It is. And I was just thinking about this earlier and looking at everyone's records. And I feel like even for the power ranking thing, I think this season, and I wonder if every season is this way, but right now in this current where everyone's at, I think it's the race to 8 games. Like whatever teams like that can kind of get to 8 wins first, I think that is going to kind of be like our metric of, hey, like this team is probably serious. Because we're getting at that point in the year, if teams can start knocking out wins, it's just going to change everything how we look at it. Because right now, 3-3 with the Kansas City Chiefs, like that doesn't look intriguing when you look at it, but if you're watching their team and just seeing them over the past few weeks getting better and better, and you see their schedule that's coming up, it's like, hey, if Kansas City wins a couple more games, like everyone's going to be like, who can beat them? So it's going to be funny how everything changes, and just how I just said that about Kansas City. And if they end up losing a game, if they don't get over 500 after this week, I mean, it'll be a conversation again, but it's going to get really interesting, and I think whatever teams get to 8 wins first, I think that's really gonna start pushing our barometer of who we think are serious for the postseason.
Are the Buffalo Bills going to be okay?
Ooh. I just seen a quote that they put out with Josh Allen's wife saying, or him quoting saying that like his wife made him realize that he's more than a football player.
Oh
And I
no.
feel like that is not good. That is not a good thing to hear right now with how the Bills are playing. And I just feel like if I was a Bills fan, I would not like to see that quote, because I want my quarterback feeling like, yes, all you are a football player. But not only are you just a football player, you're one of the best. You're the MVP. Like, you're the MVP. You need to put the team on the back. You need to go back to being Josh Allen, the superhero. I just feel like that team right now, the games that they lost and that they're losing is just it's bad timing. And I feel like we get this every year with Buffalo Bills, where they play games where they blow out everyone who we think are contenders, and then they'll play teams that we quote unquote think are lesser than them, and we get a team that you're just like, what are you guys doing? You guys have James Cook. Just hand the ball off to him, run something with Josh Allen, score points, do what you guys do. And for some reason, like we're not getting that with them right now, and I would be worried. And I don't know. I just that match with just all over the NFL. I think we have a lot of injuries, and it's about the teams that can overcome and kind of the next man up. So it's going to be interesting to see Buffalo how they bounce back after these losses.
With Nate Collins here on BetSweats. Nate Collins at Big N98 over on X and other social media. Check him out on the Greenlight Podcast, which is presented by BetMGM. Nate, what are the Philadelphia Eagles?
Man. So the Greenlight Pod is essentially, I would say, an Eagles, like for the majority of our fan base. And I like trolling them because everyone on the pod, for the majority, like they cheer for the Eagles and I cheer for the Jags. But the Eagles, I said it at the beginning of last week. This week is a make or break week for them, I feel like, because in that locker room right now, I just feel like as an ex-player, it's probably like eggshells, and it's kind of feeling of the implosion is about to happen. Either they're going to get it all together, or one more loss can start causing a bunch of media storm. I mean, AJ Brown, I feel like already is, for just media stuff that doesn't need to be a big story, I feel like he can kill a lot of stories and he doesn't choose to. And him being one of the best players on a team, I just think that festers around. And guys, at some point, you get kind of tired of it because when he was complaining, they were winning. And it's just a bad vibe to have a guy and a teammate like that, is one of the best on the team. And whether we should be getting you the ball or not, we're winning. And that's the ultimate goal. So I just feel like they have a lot of stuff to work out. But just with anything, winning cures everything. And they have to win a game so everything can kind of get back to normal for Philadelphia.
You look at the board yet for week 7? We got a London game again. We got a bunch of games on Sunday. We got a double dip on Monday night. I know you got the BetMGM app open. I can see you rifling through it right now. What's jumping off?
I am. I'm really intrigued at the Depends and Icy Hot Bowl that's happening tomorrow night with Joe Flacco and Aaron Rodgers. 2 40-year-old quarterbacks is absolutely crazy to me. And for some reason, I feel like they're both going to find a way to perform on the big stage and do well. But other than my Jags, in the morning on Sunday, I think, hard to say, but I'm not fully sold on Bryce Young and the Panthers. And I think the Jets get their first win this week.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not going to say it too loud. I'm not going to say it too loud, but I think the Jets get their win this week. And one of the reasons why is I think the guys on the Jets right now, they know that trade deadline is about to end, and it's in your best interest to try to put something pretty good on tape if you do want a chance to maybe get out of there and get to a contending team. So I feel like the guys in the locker room right now maybe are like, hey, we got to get this win. I got to play well, and maybe that will help the Jets get a win. But I think my bet of the week, I would pick Jets money line. I mean, it's plus 1.5 if you want to stay a little safe. But me, for the plus 105, I'll go Jets money line.
Okay. Got about a minute left, Nate. I'm fascinated to see what happens in New England and Tennessee. And then it's Vrabel week in Tennessee, and they fire their coach because they don't want to hear the comparisons probably between Callahan and Vrabel. I'm sure that's part of it. And there's revenge. This has been circled all year from a player's perspective. Do you buy into this narrative that's going to be out there the rest of the week, that the players are actually going to get behind Vrabel and really want to get after the Titans?
I think so. And the reason why I think so is I think the 360 attitude and just everything about Stephon Diggs right now with that team, I think that's a big thing that everyone should be looking at and talking about. Stephon Diggs, obviously, he's a diva wide receiver, rightfully so. He's amazing. He's great. But that being a diva can really be a cancer in the locker room. And to see that he's not the main focus there, and he knows that there's a young quarterback in that locker room that can take them places that they want to go, and how he's just bought into Vrabel, and he's got there and said, hey, I want to be coached hard, and maybe not the best start in the media when he got there, but see the change and to see how he's helping this team. I think Stephon Diggs will have these guys ready this week like, hey, this is Coach's old team. We're going to go down there, and we're going to make a statement so our coach looks good and we look good. I feel like it will be an emphasis, maybe not from Vrabel. Vrabel does not care about any of this. He just wants to win. But I think with someone like Stephon Diggs in that locker room, I think he would be letting these guys know, like, hey, this week is a little more special for Coach. Let's go out there and put our best foot forward and, like, try to blow these guys out. I definitely think so.
Yep. We're on the same page there. Nate Collins, Green Light Podcast. Good stuff there, Nate. Appreciate it. We'll talk next Wednesday. Joe O, Sammy P, college football on the other side. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Beautifully done. Terrence Carter Jr. waltzes in for a 21-yard touchdown, and the swarm continues.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
We've got power rankings coming your way, top of the hour, top 5 NFL teams. I think this is going to be fun. We haven't done this one in a while, and it's fascinating because you've got a lot of maneuvering. You've got a lot of overreactions that are out there. And people would say, hey, it's not overreacting. It's been 6 weeks. I think we'll disagree. But I have no idea what Sam's list is. Sam has no idea about my list. We'll go over it in about 20 minutes. Want to get your reaction as well. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats. We are on X, Bet_Sweats. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Let's talk some college football future. Sam, I don't think we've really even done this too much. Like, we've loosely mentioned title odds here or there on some teams. After a loss, is there value there? Whatever. But I don't think we've really taken a deep dive into these title odd numbers, playoff numbers, and all that. Ohio State, justifiably still the favorite. They are a perfect 6-0. They are about plus 350. That's the best number that you're going to find on the Ohio State Buckeyes. Then you have to double the price to get to the second favorite. You go 7-1 to get to Alabama. Miami at most spots, your third favorite at 9-1. Indiana cracks the top 4 in the odds at 10-1. Then you get to Oregon coming off a loss in that top 5, 12-1 there. Then you go Georgia, Texas A&M, Notre Dame, and Texas. Similar numbers at around 18-1. Texas Tech rounds out the 20-1 numbers. Texas Tech undefeated on the youngish season. Sam, as I start to look at power rankings of different people that I respect, one thing really jumps out to me, and it's something that a lot of people, if they were to make their own top 25 rankings, they would not have, is even though they have 2 losses, there's a lot of people that I respect that have Notre Dame very, very high. They've got a big game this weekend. They are sizable favorites over USC. This is, I would say, probably the last spot where they could lose a game moving forward. Now, if they lose a third game, we know they're probably out. But if they don't, and where they are in people's power rankings, it's interesting. You would point to the 18-1 and say, if you truly believe that Notre Dame is a top 4, top 5 team, you probably should be betting this number.
I have them 5th in the country right now. And I don't think that's really that crazy. I mean, you know who the top 3 are. It's Ohio State, Miami, Oregon. Some guys would have Bama a little bit above Oregon. Fine. And yes, Oregon still has a higher rating than Indiana, even though Indiana just beat Oregon. I know people have a hard time with that, but from a numerical standpoint, if Oregon and Indiana played tomorrow on a neutral, Oregon is still favored. I'm sorry. That's just the way it works. Upsets happen all the time, but it doesn't mean that the team that pulled the upset is still better in the eyes of an odds maker. Now, if you want to have this conversation, like, is Indiana better? That's different. But from an odds maker standpoint, they still are not going to drop. Oregon was just a 7.5 point favorite at home, and home field ain't worth 7. So maybe if they play again, the number is a little bit lower. Maybe it's 5.5, I guess. If you wanted to, Oregon would still get bet though. You know, if you were going to reopen that game, if they were going to play Saturday, Oregon home against Indiana, and you open at 5.5, Oregon's going to get that first bet. Odds are good. But Notre Dame is 5 for me. The defense looks better. They've clearly made a couple adjustments, and the quarterback's been insane. CJ Carr is unbelievable right now. I just pulled my entire ear set out. That hurt like hell. That really hurt. Like, my ear is ringing right now. Anyways, Notre Dame, number 5 for me.
It's interesting. Okay, so the idea, we talked about this in the offseason. We talk about it every time it happens. When you have a top-tier team that loses, can you find value in them? Can you find value in Oregon? They are 5th in the odds. 12-1's the best price you're going to see. They just played 2 top teams. I say that loosely because, you know, we now know about Penn State. But they did beat them in double overtime, and then Penn State's entire season, entire everything in the football program completely fell apart. You have the loss against Indiana. But you also have sitting 5-1. You've got Rutgers, Wisconsin. You go to Iowa, Minnesota. You host USC at Washington. Of those last 6 games, you would think it's a minimum 5-1 for Oregon. So they're probably in. Do you think there's value on 12-1?
Especially off the loss, yes. This would be the time to buy, naturally. It's funny how this works, though, because I think you have more people now thinking, oh, I'll bet Indiana and not Oregon. But coming into that game, it was Oregon. But then Oregon loses, and it's like, oh, well, Indiana's better. Well, that's not how it works. You want to buy the right team at the right price. And Oregon, I saw a couple like 6-1s going into that game against the Hoosiers. And then they lose, and the odds go to 10 or 12. So if you're looking to buy, this would not be the time to buy Indiana. The time to buy Indiana is before the win. The time to buy Oregon is likely after the loss. I personally don't think Oregon's winning the title. I understand it from a fundamental standpoint to buy the dip. I get it. For me, the best bet at price is Miami at 9-1. I still think they have the best line play in the country, and their quarterback is 28-3 as a starter.
Yep. I was thinking Big Ten. So you've got Ohio State, Indiana, Oregon all in. You agree?
Yeah.
Those 3.
Yeah, for sure.
A fourth? Is there a fourth? Is it?
If USC beats Notre Dame, I think they're in.
This week. Comes down to this week. Yeah, I think
basically.
you're right.
It's not Penn State. Right.
Can a 2-loss USC team make – yeah, I know. You kick them out. It changes things. Can a 2-loss USC team make it coming out of a super conference? Like, if they lose this week, so now they're 5-2, but they don't lose again. So that includes winning in Oregon in the second to last week.
I guess you'd have to split.
Yeah,
you'd have to split against USC and Oregon. If you lose both of those games and you have 3 losses and you haven't beaten any of the best opponents, you're out. Now, beating Michigan, some would say, is a nice win, but with losses to Illinois, USC, and Oregon, I don't think the committee would put USC in. You have to win one of those 2 games, at Notre Dame, at Oregon.
Yep. Yeah. Just looking at things as far as like, I don't want it. Like, if you look at conference futures, I'm just really not all that interested. Like, am I interested in taking a team that's not named Ohio State? Not only do they have to get in, then they have to get in, then they have to beat down Ohio State. Yeah, it could very well happen, but I'm not interested in hunting for that. Are you?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Same thing. SEC, no idea. I think we know the 3 to 4 teams. We just went over them coming out of the Big Ten. Depends on USC. That could make the playoff, but I don't know. If you want to follow the AP rankings, they've got 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11 ranked teams. It's like, which ones are going to come out of this mess alive? I mean, you're gambling.
Yeah, you are. A&M is getting a ton of respect from the guys that I talk to from a numbers standpoint. I got Matoy Pearson's numbers up right here. He's got Texas A&M as the number 6 team in the country right now. Okay, fine. I believe his numbers. And then you look at the price and you go, oh, I could find a 16-1. If they're that good or better than the market even understands with a quarterback that's been very special, maybe that team is worth a flyer. I'm surprised, though, Mo is actually really low on Ole Miss. He's got A&M 6 points better than Ole Miss. Mm-hmm. And Georgia, he's got 8 points better than Ole Miss. So, yeah, I'm just like, oh, that's interesting.
What about Bama?
So he's got Bama number 3.
But how much
higher than Oregon by half a point?
How much better than Ole Miss?
Bama on Ole Miss, 8.5.
Oh, he really doesn't. He thinks they're the fraudulent one in this group, because that's where I was going to go. Which one are you hearing is the fraudulent squad that is viewed, top 5 of the SEC, probably in the playoff? So he would say Ole Miss.
Right. And I see that. And then I go over, I get Kenny's numbers as well, Kenny White's numbers. He's got Ole Miss at 13th in the country. So that's sort of how the room feels about Ole Miss. Actually, they both have them 13th in the country. So I see that and think, okay, not betting that team, right? Because if the power rating is low, they have to pull so many upsets as a touchdown dog or higher, and that's very unlikely in the playoff. At the end of the day, it could be very, very sad, though. We could just have Ohio State win it again. They're the best team with the best defense, unbelievable receiver play with Smith and Tate. They can run the ball, and Julian Sayin is a 5-star recruited quarterback who's getting better every game. We look for value. We try and find nice bets. Maybe it's just Ohio State again, though. It could be that simple.
What about Texas? It's hard to figure out, what do you do after this Oklahoma game? Like, what are your okay, yeah, great. Arch Manning probably played his best game. Okay. There's an injured quarterback that kept throwing the ball to the other team on the other side. And, they just have one conference loss. That's why I bring them up. And we know how strong the defense is. And you would expect Arch to continue to improve as the season marches on. Next couple games, they're on the road in the SEC, but they should win them. Kentucky, Mississippi State. Then they're sitting 6-2 overall, 3-1 in the conference before you get into Vandy, Georgia, Texas A&M. What do you think the chances are that they get back into this conversation?
They could make the playoff for sure. I mean, that's clear to me. In terms of winning the playoff, though, I hate their offense. I don't trust their quarterback. It's not to say that he's a bust, but the combination of a shaky O-line and a quarterback that's really struggling to read the field, they can make the playoff for sure. Win the whole thing?
Yeah, I'm talking make the playoff, be one of the likely 4 teams out of the SEC to make that. Yeah. So that's, there's going to be some really good SEC teams that do not make the playoff. There's no doubt about that. We'll continue to monitor that. Joe O, Sammy P, power rankings, top 5 NFL teams on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. means it's time for this week's Power Rankings. They could be good, they could be bad, but everything is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Every Wednesday here on Bet Sweats, we do Power Rankings. This week, the top of the National Football League, our top 5 teams. It's a challenging exercise, but we're going to go at it and have that conversation coming up in a quick moment. We'll do live dogs and teasers in 20, and later this hour, a brand new game. 3, 2, 1. Check it out. It's going to be fun. We are live on X all hour. Bet_sweats. You can find the link to the video platform of this show, Bet_sweats. Sam is at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, where my mentions over the last 24 hours have been a disaster just after one stupid Bears tweet that I sent out, a stat that I noticed about Caleb Williams, and it's turned into Bears fans and Packers fans screaming at each other, even though Packers have nothing to do with this conversation. But that's how it goes. You know, you are well aware, Sam. We were chatting during the break about how challenging this is. And, you know, I found that a lot of people agree. In the NFL right now, we don't really know who's good, or you might know who's good, but it's a large list, but you don't know how good they are. And there are a lot of bad teams, but I don't know how you kind of categorize them, like who's worse, like trying to figure out the worst team versus, I don't know, the 25th team. There doesn't seem to be much difference. And, you know, between 1 and 7, I don't think there's that much difference in the NFL right now.
This was very difficult, especially putting the team on line 1. That was, to me, the hardest part. I had the 5 teams, and mine is sort of a hybrid list between power rankings and power ratings. Understand that those two things are different. For example, I just got an email from one of my buddies in Vegas who makes NFL power ratings. He's got Buffalo number 1. If I put Buffalo number 1, people's brains would deprogram. So I'm not going to do that because, of course, the Bills have lost 2 straight games. So this is sort of a hybrid list. It was very challenging. I did not put the Packers, the Rams, or the Broncos, or the Eagles. None of those teams made my list. So without further ado, let's get to this list that I already hate as I speak it out loud.
I hate mine too.
I hate this list, but you know what? Let's do it. And like we did this a couple months ago with something else, and I was like, oh, I like Joe's list more than my list. I want Joe's list. So we'll see. You have to give credit to teams that only have 1 loss. And I don't know how good the Indianapolis Colts are right now, but come on. They deserve to be here at this point. They have maybe the best offensive player that isn't a quarterback right now in Jonathan Taylor, who has a league-leading 8 touchdowns. The physicality of the offensive line, the defense has been much better than advertised, and Daniel Jones hasn't made a ton of mistakes. This is not an endorsement of the Colts to make a deep playoff run, win the Super Bowl, anything like that. But to this point of the season, they're one of the best 5 teams, I think. Now, it's a different question, like, if the Colts and Rams were playing on a neutral, who would I bet? Probably the Rams. But I'm not going to knock a team for being 5-1. So that's where I started my list. Number 5 rather, is Indianapolis. Number 4, I went Detroit. Look, they were right there against Kansas City. Right there. And we always play this game, well, who have they beaten? And it's really annoying to me. Like, you can only play who's in front of you. And we will know after 14, 15, 16, 17 games who the best teams in the league are, I would guess. That's probably a fair proclamation. But I think Campbell is pushing a ton of the right buttons. And even with everything that went against him, not having a single penalty called on Kansas City, they're right there in that game. They just couldn't get the big stops in the 4th quarter. But they score that touchdown to go down 3, and you're like, oh, they're right here. They're right there. I do like them big picture as well. As I told you, I was a San Francisco guy coming into the season, but because of all the injuries, I'm like, what do you want me to do? Like, I have to find a new NFC team, and for me, that's Detroit. I think they're very, very good. Do I trust Jared Goff in the playoffs? Maybe, maybe not. But to this point, given how they played against Kansas City, I put the Lions number 4. Number 3, stop the presses. I still have Buffalo. It's a very good football team. even though they've lost 2 straight games. I mean, I just told people. There's an odds maker in Vegas who sent me his list. Buffalo's number 1 in the NFL. From a power rating standpoint, Buffalo would probably be favored over Kansas City on a neutral. They probably would. As much as that makes people insane, that's how the Vegas math works. I have my concerns about the defense, which you brought up on Monday during the show. You're like, they're going to have a hard time with Bijan. And they did. Bijan was awesome on the ground against them. And the Bills just look a little complacent right now. It doesn't mean they're not talented. It doesn't mean they don't have an insane quarterback. They just look like they're going through the motions right now. And when games ramp up, I do trust them. Look, this team has made a bunch of runs into the playoffs. Their issue is they can't beat the next team on my list, Kansas City. How high do you put the Chiefs? I couldn't put a 3-3 football team at 1. I just couldn't. Like, I guess I could have. I just didn't. I didn't want to put a team that's 3-3 as the best team in football. They're the most dangerous team when healthy. And they're clearly the most dangerous team in the playoffs because of 15. He's the best player in the league and has been for a long time, and he scares me to death. But I just couldn't, as I showed you my scratch off, I had 5 teams and I just kept moving the order like ferociously. I couldn't figure out what to do with Kansas City. And because I didn't put them 1, I ended up putting them 2. It's probably a little high. I saw Tom Brady had him 8th. That's definitely too low. There are not 7 teams better than Kansas City right now. But I landed with the Chiefs on line number 2. Number 1 by default, I put him here because I just love Baker. I know.
What?
Are the Bucs the best? Are they the best team in football? No. But through 6 games, as shorthanded as they are, with everybody hurt on the offensive side of the ball, basically, the defense has done a pretty good job. This is going to get, people are going to just hate that I have Tampa Bay number 1. But at 5-1, with the heroics of the quarterback, they're just a fun team to root for. And I do think when healthy, they are a threat to make a Super Bowl run. I don't know that they win it, but imagine when you start getting all these other guys back, when you get back the receivers, when you get back some of these offensive linemen, they're going to be better than they already are. And at 5-1, by default, I put Tampa there because I am just falling for this Baker Mayfield stuff, man. I'm guilty. I don't love this list, but that's where I landed.
When you go Indy 5, Detroit 4, Buffalo 3, Kansas City 2, in my mind, and you'll see I put it in the chat, I had no idea who your 1 was. I was like, oh, he's going to put the Packers 1?
No.
Packers? I didn't think you were going Bucks. At no point did I think, oh, Bucks are going to be his number 1. I was thinking they weren't going to make your list at all. Paul Aspen mentions Sam plus the athletic handshake shake emoji. Yes.
Is this their top 5, really?
Or is he
the
talking
Bucks?
about
The Bucks are their number 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tom Brady's got him 1 too. So.
Oh, you and TB12 been in Boston too long.
Teammates. Go Fox Sports. See the Fox?
Uh-huh.
The Fox.
See, I don't think you're going to like my list. For the record, 2 of your top 5 are not in my top 5 at all. So I think we have some similarities. We have some differences. There are some teams that I wanted to get in, and I just couldn't put them in there. I'm like, no, they're not better than these teams that are making the bottom of my list, and that's why they didn't make it. All right, let's get at it. So we have a couple minutes on the backside. Number 5, I put in a team that you did not put in. I didn't plan on having them on the list, but then I just kind of looked at what's happened. I'm like, okay, let's put the Philadelphia Eagles. I agree with the betting market. They're 5th in the odds, and that's where I put the Eagles. When the numbers are ugly, the metrics are bad. I think net yards per play, they're 30th in the NFL. A lot of offensive problems. We don't know what's going on with Saquon. A lot of noise around this team. However, their 4 wins, Dallas, KC, the Rams, and Sam's number 1 team in the NFL, the Bucks. They've beaten good teams. Kind of slipped by, yes. Trending bad, correct. but I still view them as a top 5 team. Some of the other teams that I was looking at, I don't think they're better than the Eagles. I think they'll be okay. Eagles number 5, even though I don't like where they are right now. Number 4, quiet. Quiet, just hovering, right? Hover. Sam on the Muncie Teoscar button, just hovering. Nobody's really talking about them a lot. They didn't make Sam's list either. Number 4, I put the Rams. Quietly a really good defense, probably top 5 EPA per play. They're number 4 in the NFL. You trust the coach, trust the quarterback. It doesn't sound like this Puka injury is too serious. They're going to be there in the end. They're a real threat. I put the Rams with a 4-2 record at number 4 overall. Number 3, we have the Bills in the exact same spot. I also slid Buffalo down to number 4, another 4-2 team. Yes, coming off a couple of losses, and people are blaming the defense for the losses, and I understand that. However, in those 2 losses, they've averaged 17 points per game against New England and Atlanta. They need to get things right offensively. Kincaid, not having him certainly hurt them. Cook, not on the field as much. I have questions as to why that's happening. Nate Collins says he's not focused on football. A lot of stuff, a lot of noise going around the Bills right now. Don't trust their defense. That's scary. But the offense, 26 EPA per play last 2 weeks. They still have Josh Allen. They'll be all right. They'll figure it out. They just need to be average on defense. But I slid the Bills down to number 3. 2 spots left. I go Eagles 5, Rams 4, Bills 3. Number 2, Detroit. Their 2 losses are at Green Bay, at Kansas City. They did beat Baltimore with Lamar. Impressive win. And I'm looking at of the most balanced teams in the league where you have a good offense coupled with a top 10 defense. I'd say it's Detroit, man. They're the most balanced team in the league. They're going to be fine. I've been looking at that number this week. Should we consider plus 850? And then I started looking at the history. I'm like, oh my God, we missed an opportunity. They were 17-1 after getting smoked by the Packers. You believe that, Detroit Lions? Yeah, and they have a tough schedule moving forward. But they've done all right with their tough schedule so far, sitting for another team 4-2. So I put the Lions at number 2. Number 1, not the Bucks, went Chiefs. 3-3 on the season. I understand. They are trending up. We've seen the difference with Worthy, and now you're getting Rice back on that offense. When they were struggling, everything was they don't have any explosion on offense. There's no explosion. You add one piece in Worthy, changed everything. Since Worthy's come back, even though he's been hobbled, the KC offense last 3 weeks, 3rd in EPA per play, 2nd in success rate. Drop back is 2nd in success rate. Rushing is 2nd in EPA. You see it. You see it happening, and I get to trust Reed. I get to trust Mahomes. Looks like he's back to being in his prime form. So I put the Chiefs number 1, even though they have 3 losses on the year. Eagles 5, Rams 4, Bills 3, Lions 2, Chiefs 1. Sam, I think we're kind of on the same page with KC, Buffalo, Detroit. We just disagree on the other 2 that we had to put in to make the top 5.
Yeah, I put more stock in what teams have done and not what they will do. As you were reading your list, I'm like, damn, his list is better. It's much better.
You were going to do that no matter what because you hated your list.
I don't want to knock the Bucks and the Colts for being 5-1. Like, that's really all it came down to. If we were going to say, all right, put your top 5 highest rated teams, Tampa wouldn't even make my list. But again, I tried to separate rankings and ratings. Like, I really respect what Tampa has done to this point. The question people are thinking, well, if you have number 1, are you betting them to win it all? Nope, I'm not. So that proves that my list is horse manure.
18-1 right now. Nope. Not a massive difference from where they started at the beginning of the year. Look, when we started, so I mentioned there were teams that I wanted to get in that I just didn't at the end. I thought 100% I was going to be with you and have the Colts in. I thought I was. But I started comparing Colts-Rams, and I couldn't get there. Colts-Eagles, and I just couldn't get there. Some people could. You were able to. I just couldn't. If we had a top 6, Colts are probably on my list. But we cut it off at 5.
Yeah, Rams would have been my 6th.
Yeah, there you go. I was thinking about putting Seattle in. People would have hated that one. Really hated that one. Packers, get out. Neither of us even mentioned the Green Bay Packers. All right. We'll continue talking NFL. Live dogs and teasers for the upcoming week. That is next. 3, 2, 1 later on this hour. The BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Snap a bit high. Kick is good. And the Bears win it. Jake Moody, a hero tonight.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
I'm setting the over-under at 13.5. Number of times we're going to hear the Jake Moody highlights. How many times has it been in 2 days? Like 7?
It's played in my nightmares.
Are they trolling you? I think Jake's trolling you is what's happening. Or is just really excited about it.
Can I say one more thing about the Bears before we move on?
Yes.
I am so tired of already. It's been 5 weeks, right? Or 5 games. Yeah. I'm so tired of the Ben Johnson locker room stuff. I no longer care. I don't want to see it. The stupid poem that he reads, I just don't care. I don't care.
I didn't even see it. I saw that it was getting posted a number of places on social media, and it's a video clip, so I got to press play. I just keep on scrolling. I didn't even bother. I wasn't even interested. Was it just lame? Do you not like? Is he like college-y? Like, what is it?
I wish I had the actual lyrics of the speech. It's like that. You're better, you're best. You're better, you're best. You're just like, God, it's 2 hours. It's 9 a.m. I just woke up. I don't need to see I don't know. But maybe I'm just a hater, as the kids would say.
Hater. Drinking that haterade. Not so much, because you told me that the Bears are going to win this week. And me and Paul were very suspicious of that one. I don't know about that.
Gertch is putting in the chat, that's it. Good, better, best is what he screams at his players after they win. And they like it. It's fine. We should find the audio.
Where does he come from? What school? Dan Campbell. So he's going to do that.
Yeah,
right?
It's fine.
Saw it work
I'm sure
there.
the players like it after dealing with Eberflus. I'm sure it's a nice change of pace. I don't need to see it every day of my life. That's all.
I don't think that organization has ever had that guy, right? Have they had that guy since Ditka?
No.
I don't think they have. That emotional younger guy, like leader and all that. Like they've steered clear of that. But Ditka was not an offensive mastermind like everybody tells us that Ben Johnson is. But anyways. What? What's so funny?
I'm laughing. Paul wrote us a poem about the Bears, which
okay,
is very funny.
Maybe I'm missing it. I don't hear the over the top stuff. I just avoid it. I'm just not interested. I know it's not something that I'm going to be into. So I'm probably like you and I'm crotchety and I just keep scrolling. I go elsewhere.
Yeah. My issue is very simple. I just hate their fans. It's nothing really against the team. I hate the fans because the fans never win anything. And when they start to show signs of positivity, it's just crammed down your throat. And depending on who the fan base is, like, it doesn't matter. Like, I just don't like the Chiefs win a regular season game and it's business as usual, right? Oh, we're 3-3 now. We have bigger fish to fry. The Bears beat the Raiders. Just like, all right, like enough. Stop.
I hate it too.
It's too much. It's too much.
I know. I hate it as well. That's funny because like I talk to people in other cities of teams that win consistently and they would actually like to see some of that. I'm like, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Because the constant conversation, like we talk about our friends in Buffalo a lot. Zach Jones, their producer, I was talking to him off air last week and he's like, I would love to have some of that. It's like, what do you mean? You're Super Bowl, like you're above that. Why would you want some of that week to week where we were going to win the Super Bowl? Let's play for the draft pick kind of swing. Like, no, I get it. It's probably boring because every conversation leads back to, are we finally going to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs? Right? Like that's the conversation 12 months a year. Is it finally going to happen? Boring. But guess what? You're probably going to be in the AFC Championship game for a right to go to the Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's probably how it's going to shape up again. And you're going to have another opportunity. You're just have to wait. You have to go through the season to get to that point. I would take that over let's ride the wave of Fire the coach. We have the offensive genius. Oh, we suck. Oh, we just won 3 in a row with Ben Johnson. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Bears are going to the Super Bowl. Like, I would much rather have the higher expectations.
No doubt. Live dogs, teasers.
Yes.
You first. Where do you want to start?
How about teasers? Let's reverse it a little bit before we get to the dogs. Number one teaser on the board. It's a low total game, and I know you don't typically go this route. If we're laying 7, we're laying 1 on New England. Total only 42. Patriots at the Titans. New England -1. Lock it in.
Sure. I don't think
they're
they're
winning.
Losing. I don't.
Yeah.
So
all right,
that
throw
would be
a
a
teaser
really
at
good
me.
place to start. Yeah. Let's do a teaser. Let's go up on. Let's go up on Indianapolis.
Yes.
Catching 1.5 to 7.5.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Love it. I think this is a good week for teasers. I think last week, maybe the last couple of weeks, it was kind of challenging, but just based on where the numbers are sitting this week, I think it's a pretty strong week. So I like that one as well. I think that is one of the top legs. There's a few. What do we think about Minnesota? You go from 2 to 8 at home against a struggling Eagles team. Are the Eagles going to win by margin on the road?
They could, of course, but this one wasn't on my list. I could get there on Minnesota, especially if you get 2 to 8 instead of 1.5 to 7.5. Like that protection.
Low total.
On the 8. Yeah.
43.5 total.
2. So we can get from 2 to
Mm-hmm.
8 there. That makes sense.
Yep.
I mean, I get it.
I think there are a lot of options this week. Plenty of them. What's another one that comes to mind? Man, I could rattle off like 6.
The Jets at home.
Okay.
You make Carolina a 7.5 point road favorite.
Okay. Yeah. I don't mind it. It is 1.5 just about everywhere. I don't hate that. Carolina, it's weird. We're trying to figure this team out. They're so good at home and so bad on the road. Jets are desperate. They're going to be without Garrett Wilson this week, but 0-6, you would think you're going to get their best fight going up against Carolina at home. They got to win this game. Another low total game. Another one low 40s, which is something that I look at a lot when targeting some teaser legs. That's a pretty good leg. What else?
Well, Denver down would be.
I wrote that
7-1.
down.
Yeah.
7-1
I mean, I know you
against
want to
the
go.
Lions.
Ideally, you want to go through 7 and 3, right? That's the long principle. But when you take Denver from a 7-point favorite and move them down to a 1-point favorite, and put that defense and Benito and Surtain against Jackson Dart on the road, probably a pretty good chance the Broncos win, right? Not by margin, but just win the game.
Just got to win. They're awesome at home. There's more, man. I don't know if you would disagree with any of them. Looking for ones that I've not mentioned. Washington, Dallas. Division game. Washington, a short road favorite. So BetMGM is posting a 2 on this. We can get Dallas at +8. It's a high total game, so that's not typically one that you target, but I'm getting Dallas +8 at home. We'll see the status of McLaurin and company, but the way that Dallas has been scoring, do we really think that Washington's going to win by at least 9?
No. This total has been blasted up to the look-ahead number was 51.5, and then they reopened it at 53, and now we're sitting 55 or 55.5. That, without knowing anything, that seems like somebody somewhere thinks that Washington's going to be healthier, combined with Dallas's defensive issues. It's going to be a long season there. They're going to be in a ton of games back and forth. So if you like points and you like the dog, Dallas for sure. I was going to put Dallas as a live dog, but in a teaser, yeah, if I like him as a live dog, of course you think about him in a teaser as well.
Look, I mean, the Atlanta-San Francisco one, it's understandable. Math-wise, it makes sense. You go from Atlanta plus 2.5 at plus 8.5 at San Fran. Let's see what the status is. Some of these guys. We just named 7 legs. Which one is your favorite?
New England.
Agree. New England to, let's figure out our second favorite. Second favorite leg. I like Indy strong. Are the Chargers going to win by 8?
With that line and those
No,
injuries,
I
don't think so.
Indy strong. I think Minnesota's pretty good too. Would you put those at the top?
I'd go Indy over Minnesota because it still is Carson Wentz, and there are ways that he could definitely screw this up for us.
Okay. Certainly fair. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Live dogs. What do you think?
Live dogs or public dogs? Which one do you want first? Because you know the public dog is going to be Tampa. But can you be a public dog and a live dog? Question mark.
I love Detroit.
Do you?
Yes.
It's funny because you had the Chiefs over the Lions. I had the Lions over the Chiefs, and now I'm like, Tampa. And you're like, no, Detroit. So we see this one much differently. I will probably stay off the game. Probably on Friday when we do the room and Paul rifles out the 5 plays. Tampa. I agree. Paul said that on Monday. He's like, the room will love Tampa. And, when nerds like me come on Bet Sweats and say Tampa's number 1 in power rankings, like that doesn't help. It doesn't help the cause, Joe.
But I say that now on Wednesday morning. It's going to be tough to go to the window and say, I want to lay 5.5 against Baker because he's always in it at the end. That's going to be the difficult part of the exercise. We'll see if we can get there. My point is they're not a live dog for me. So that public dog, I am not on. I'm not. Do we have another Thursday crazy upset? Is this going to keep happening?
Flacco, really short week.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to steer me to the Saints as your live dog.
Oh, I will. I was just asking the question because that game is going on tomorrow. Saints strolling to Soldier Field. I hate the Saints Bears game too, but I'll say this: never Chicago minus 5.5.
You said field goal, I think, yesterday, right?
Yeah, I'm not laying 5.5 on that game. Yep.
Damn.
Colts are live. What else?
I want you to tell me the Saints are going to win.
It's hard for me to say Rattler's going to go on the road and win. That's what's holding me back. Because, I thought the Saints were going to cover last week against New England, too. Now, it was this one-score game, and the difference was Drake May in the first half. But it's hard, Rattler on the road, sitting here and saying that Rattler's going to lead them to a victory.
I mean, the reality is, if the Commanders could just hold on to the football, they win that game on Monday.
They win that game.
I mean, it's just like, oh, the Commanders turned it over again. Okay, I got it. I don't know. The Bears were fine. They did enough to win, of course, but
Paul's right.
Lost the game.
It's going to rain all week. It's going to rain all day Saturday and Sunday as well. That's the expectation. So it could be slippery again.
Great.
So you might not want any part of that game. You mentioned the Colts. We like them. Dallas. Yes. You said them. Any other teams that we're missing? Maybe a longer.
Arizona?
shot. Is Brissett playing?
If Brissett's playing, I like it. If he's not, I like him. I've always liked Jacoby Brissett. I've always been a fan.
Yep. I agree with you. I like it if Brissett's in. Maybe Saints. Never Titans. God. Dolphins at Cleveland. Cleveland's laying 3. What a gross game.
I don't bet coaches that wear capri pants. Not anymore.
3, 2, 1 is next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Who's winning the East?
I'll play 3, 2, 1. Ready? Let's play 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Eagles.
Commanders. Okay, let's play 3, 2, 1 AFC West. 3, 2, 1. Chiefs.
Denver. Jake, you want to do 3, 2, 1? Because I have a name too, and I think we have the same name. 3, 2, 1. Randy.
Polanco.
Naylor.
Oh.
You guys all went different, you idiot. I was hoping you were going to help me. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. This music is a thing. Thanks for hanging out on X, Bet_Sweats, Bet_Sweats. We may have stumbled upon something yesterday, a little game of 3, 2, 1. At the same time, we all say our pick, and just to see if we are all in lockstep or on different pages. And it was very funny because we were talking about World Series MVP candidates from the Seattle Mariners, and the three of you, Sam, Paul, and Jake, all had different hitters in that Seattle lineup.
Well, sometimes it's better to kind of spread everything out, you know?
Yeah.
You don't all want to line up on the same thing. If we just agreed for 3 straight hours, nobody would listen.
Yes.
There's my twist.
Exactly. Good stuff.
And watch
First
none
take.
of us win. Watch like Mitch Garver win. Like watch us all be wrong.
Oh, because they're not going to win the World Series.
That also is true.
I mean, that's...
I'm just going to say it. Ohtani is so due to just have a enormous World Series. He's doing nothing.
We said that last year though too.
Yeah.
Never 3 to 1. But you're saying
No,
it just
never.
could be an L because he's going to
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He has a
I'm
chance
not
of being
betting
great.
3 to 1. Yeah.
I get it. Executive producer Paul Aspen is here. Paul, what are we going to do with 3, 2, 1 today?
All right, so we'll kind of between Jake and I, we might ping pong between who's teeing these up. But for the NFC North, Jake, you will be in the mix as well. So basically, I'll go 3, 2, 1. Throw a division out there, an NFL division out there. You guys will pick the winner, and that's how we'll start. So NFC North, we'll start. The Packers are the favorite at even money. All right, 3, 2, 1. Who's winning the North?
Bears.
Lions. You are not the Bears.
Bears.
What do you mean? Do better, best.
Lying.
12 to 1.
No,
You jump
Lions. It's Lions.
4 to 2 after they beat the Saints. 4 and 2.
3 and 3.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Lions.
So
Nobody said the Packers. Nobody.
No,
The
I don't
favorite.
believe in them. I don't like their
I don't either.
quarterback. Never have.
we did do NFC East yesterday. We heard that in the open. We did do the AFC West yesterday, so we will move on to the NFC West, where the Rams are the favorite. Jake, you might as well chime in here too, and I will too. Who's winning the NFC West? 3, 2, 1. Niners.
Seahawks.
Is that 3 Niners?
Sam
you
Niners.
Seahawks.
Me
Niners.
Seahawks. Jake Seahawks. Oh, 2 and 2.
No Rams.
No Rams.
And they're the
Randy
favorite again.
dead.
What are we doing? I'm gonna have to come up with a.
I mean, that
division for
tracks.
it.
Yeah, I actually put one in last week. I'll have to pull it up, but actually, Seahawks are part of it, so I'm against myself. Shocker. All right, so this one, heavy favorite, NFC South, Sam's Bucks, -400 favorite. Who is winning the NFC South in 3, 2, 1?
Bucks.
Falcons.
No, still.
No way.
I'm not.
I did like what I saw. I liked what I saw.
Yeah.
They're trending up. Explain.
No, I mean, did they figure something out on offense, or is the Bills' defense just that bad? Like, look, the numbers begging you to take the Falcons this week, so that is not great. but maybe the Bucks do this all year, but the one score Bucks, we're saying they're gonna, at least Joe and I are saying they're gonna lose this week. I mean, is it over? If it's already over, okay, but that's the only one. Yeah, that's the only one worth considering. Not doing the Panthers thing. Obviously, the Saints no, but
I was dying for Sam to say the Saints just to keep going with the shtick. I was dying.
You're gonna win this week, right? Yeah.
Can we put this music up a little bit? Where did we find this music?
This is crazy.
I feel like I'm in a fever dream.
Yeah,
Dude,
I'm in like a house of
just
mirrors
visions
like,
of
and
clouds.
escapes. I keep running into a mirror. Like, get me out of here.
This is the Tom Petty "Don't Come Around Here No More" video, like Alice in Wonderland.
No. I'm glad that we found John Wayne Gacy's ringtone to play during this segment. This is awesome.
This is insane. Who found this? Was this Paul or Jake?
Yeah, literally.
This was not me.
What was it labeled? What was it called? Do you remember?
I think I typed in countdown music, and this was the first one, like comedy countdown.
This
is just
it's
like
called
Europe.
comedy countdown music. Comedy of my
It is.
nightmares.
It is.
Yeah.
Anybody scared of clowns on the show?
No.
I used to be when I
No,
was a
don't-
kid.
Yeah, not scared.
Okay.
Don't associate.
Yeah,
really,
when I was a
but-
child, Joseph.
Did
I
you
know what
freak
I'm gonna
out?
be for. I know what I'm going to be for
Stuff in the
Halloween on
background.
this show. I'm definitely.
We're gonna
be a
get
clown.
you. Hey, GRP, can you be a clown this year? Oh, you already are.
All right, we got a
gonna
couple
be-
more divisions.
For Halloween, I'm just going to be a coach of
Yeah.
the year bet, and everybody will want a piece. It'll just be a slip. Sorry,
He's at
Paul.
7, I think.
No, you're good. All right, a couple more divisions to roll through. Will anyone venture away from the Bills in the AFC East? Bills are minus 205 favorite. Who is winning the AFC East in 3, 2, 1?
Bills.
Okay, glad we did this.
Unanimous.
Okay.
Nice talking AFC East.
Yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to expand real quick, I mean,
It's just the Bills were minus 3,000 2 weeks ago, and now they're minus 235. Despite the sky falling, they're still favored, and eventually the Patriots are going to make some mistakes. I would think. Just it's a math thing for me.
Yep, I would agree with that. However, I don't think it's a runaway because it can't be a runaway with the New England schedule. Like they're going to hang around in this, but opinion-wise, yeah, I think the Bills are just going to end up winning it in the end. They'll get their revenge against the Patriots. They'll end up splitting on the season, but like New England's going to hang around. We're not going to. You're laughing. What are you laughing at? This music? It is a lot.
Music is insane.
The music's crazy.
It's just insane. Sorry.
All right. and just a woo. Yeah.
Just picture like a Nickelodeon cartoon.
There's a lot going on in this song. Like there's a scream at some point. There's a lot.
Yeah. I heard the first like 8 seconds. I was like, sold, done, easy, got it.
Whew. It's good. Yeah, it's good.
All right. AFC South. We got the Colts now. All I hear is the Colts, a minus 170 favorite in the AFC South. Who is winning the AFC South in 3, 2, 1?
Jaguars.
Jags.
Great.
Can't
Me and
believe
Paul on the
the
same
Jags.
side with the Jags. What
I
could
know.
possibly go wrong?
I tried to do
I like them.
Texans, but I can't get there. Rams, bye. Raiders. Texans will be a big game. Chargers falling apart. Cardinals team we're not buying. Titans, Colts, Jets. I just like the way I see the schedule lining up for the Jaguars, and they got the game in hand against the Chiefs, which again is not the division, not the tiebreaker necessarily, but Colts still got to face them, right? Because South versus West, tougher games left.
I would
Someone said
like
this earlier.
to.
Like, do we really think the other shoe isn't going to drop with this Indiana Jones thing at some point?
Alabama Jones.
at some point. Yeah, probably.
In the playoffs.
Duke Jones.
I would like to take Houston too. They have the 4th toughest remaining schedule. It's brutal.
That's what I
Not a
just
lot of
looked
easy
at.
spots for them. Yeah.
Okay. So what would we have? Colts up top. Me and Jake on Jags.
Yeah. I mean, I took the Jags before the year, but just looking where they are now moving forward, and the Colts are a lot better than I thought.
Okay. All right, we're gonna pivot a little bit for this next one. I want everyone to weigh in. I will abstain because I don't know how I feel. Who has more playoff wins? Indiana or Notre Dame? In 3, 2, 1.
Notre Dame.
Oh,
Indiana.
Notre Dame. But they might not get there.
That's part of it.
Yes. Yeah.
Damn. Damn. Damn.
I'd like to see him play again.
Yeah.
Oof.
No?
All right, last
Gert should be rooting
last
for Notre
one.
Dame.
Yeah, he'd be on the Irish. All right. Do the Blue Jays win tonight? 3, 2, 1.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not doing Shane Bieber on the road. I'm good. I'm way good on that.
But it's not any sign, get out. This is the season here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the
yeah.
season, like. But does anyone feel good regardless of Max Scherzer and Game 4 in a possible elimination game?
No. Is this a sweep, Jake?
I think it. I don't want to say yes because watch Seattle go up 3-0 tonight, and then you just get vintage Scherzer for no reason in Game 4, and he's just awesome, just because of course. So I'll say gentleman sweep. I think Toronto gets 1 at some point. I don't think it's
Please
tonight
don't
though, so I
play-
guess that would be Game 4.
Please don't play that music during Todd Frazier. I think he'll leave. Like, I'm not being associated with this garbage.
I might leave.
I hope we didn't lose people during the segment because of the music.
No way.
I hope
We got comments on the music. Is
All
there a
right,
cat
good.
screaming in the background? Yeah.
Todd Frazier's next. Major League Baseball on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Muncy into center field. Frelick turns and runs. That ball's deep. Frelick jumps, and it is up and out of here. Max Muncy.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Hour number 3, Foul Territory here. That's our guest, Todd Frazier from Foul Territory. This is actually Bet Sweats, running around the house trying to chase down the guy, Joe, who just dropped off a package. I did catch him, in case you were wondering. I caught the guy. He tried to pull away with the package that I had to sign for. I made it. Todd Frazier, are you proud of me or what?
Listen, I've been there too many times, brother. I give you credit. Let's go. Good hustle. Good hustle.
Let's go. This is Bet Sweats, though, Joe, not Foul Territory. Foul Territory is on later today.
Yes, no doubt about it. Todd Frazier joining us. And Todd, we've got a lot to talk about. I hope we get more baseball to talk about, but the feeling is right now after 2 games in each CS, like, oh boy, these might be a couple of short series. What do you think, man? Are we going to see some fight out of these teams that are down 0-2, or does it look like it's probably going to be Seattle and the LA Dodgers in the World Series?
Yeah, I mean, as of now, I mean, what everybody's thinking is the same thing. For me, I think it's either going to be 3-1 or a clean sweep on. It's hard to say. I understand. Toronto was hot. They came in hot. They beat the Yankees. They looked really good doing it. But no Bo Bichette is killer, man. They're not hitting. They're not finding ways to get guys in. The pitching hasn't been good. You got to go from one series to the next, guns blazing. It just doesn't seem like that's happening right there with them. And I feel like the Brewers are in the game. And then all of a sudden, boom, a home run by Teoscar Hernandez, a double. All of a sudden, Shohei gets his first RBI and hit in a long, long time. And they weren't doing well. Freddie Freeman wasn't doing well either. And all of a sudden, watch out. Yeah, it looks like it might be. We're hoping, meaning everybody that loves baseball, we're hoping for a couple more games here and there, but it's going to be very hard.
I do find it funny that the biggest flaw that everybody kept harping on with the Dodgers was the bullpen. And it still might be true. Dave Roberts just says, all right, Snell, you go 8, Yamamoto, you go the distance. It's very 0-5 White Sox, Todd, where the starters just do what they have to do. If they get that starting pitching, forget about it, man.
And that's what it should be. I'm a big believer in the starters need to get a little more leeway here. I'm a big believer that you should have a good bullpen, but you shouldn't have to lean on them all the darn time. You know what I mean? So it's like, when you got somebody going, I want to see Blake Snell go out in the 9th inning. Give him one more chance. But it's so fantastic. It was a fantastic outing. You love to see good pitching performances. I think nowadays you love it even more, considering we didn't have one no-hitter this year and considering that starters barely get past the 5th inning nowadays. But to see that, it's exciting. It's fantastic for baseball, and it's really good for Dodger fans.
So it's something in the gambling world that we try to come up with a number on and try to figure out what the edge is. But one of the leads in what we've seen so far through 4 games in the CS is they're doing it on the road. And now they get to go back to the cozy confines. You've got the 2-3-2 format as well. As someone that participated in 5 different playoffs, what sort of value do you put on home field? Because you look at it right now and you're like, it looks like a crazy atmosphere. Yeah, obviously a home team gets the advantage without the travel and all that. But maybe there's also a little more pressure where the road team might have a slight advantage. So Todd, how do you look at it with home field?
I think for me, honestly, I love playing on the road, especially in the playoff. You know what I'm saying? There's no the pressures are kind of off a little bit. You're playing in front of your home crowd. They're pushing and like, come on, they're trying to will you to win the games. Now when you're on the road, it's like, who cares? Let's go out and just play our game. So for me, getting yelled at and booed all the time, that wasn't pressure at all. The pressure is playing at home sometimes when you got your fans screaming and yelling down your throat. You don't want to strike out then. You strike out on the road, you're not going to hear anybody booing you. So I don't know. I don't know what it's about. I think they're more relaxed. They're more resilient. But coming back home, nothing wrong with it. I think it's exciting knowing you're up 2-0. Find a way to win one or two of those games, and next thing you know, you're sitting really pretty.
If one of the teams comes back down 2-0, which one is it?
Oh, man, that's such a hard question, too. I would say the Brewers just because of their staff and, their team. They've been together. Pat Murphy is an absolute stud of a manager. Yeah, I see Freddie Peralta. He didn't throw bad yesterday. He threw pretty good, Gave up 3 runs. But I do think that they have the better shot, and people are going to be like, well, what are you talking about? The Dodgers are hot. Seattle's absolutely filthy. Their pitching staff can win 10 games in a row if they really needed to. Their staff is so good. And guess what? They're hitting now. Holy cow, the Mariners are hitting. Watch out. So for me, it would have to be the Brewers just because of how good the Mariners pitching staff is.
Yeah, that lineup looks so deep for Seattle now. Not something we were saying early on in the season as they added guys like, wow, you go 6 deep. You're like, man, you're still strong with Suarez there. So yeah, no doubt about it. Looks like that's going to be the matchup. The baseball fans I talk to that don't have a dog in the fight, right? They're just like anybody but the Dodgers, and it just it feels like it's just they know who the best team is. They know who's probably going to win the World Series. The odds are already saying it's Dodgers. Like you got to lay money to take the Dodgers at this point, and they still need 6 more wins to go here. The Dodgers winning, if they go back-to-back, it's not something we see a lot in this sport. They go back-to-back. Is that something that's good or bad for baseball?
Oh, man, that's a good question, too. For me personally, I think it's great for baseball. I mean, listen, I love dynasties. I love that this team was willing to go out and spend as much money as they could to get the best players. I think you have to respect that. I think you have to sit back and see where the Dodgers were. Like, nobody won 100 games this year. It was pretty even. They have a ton of injuries still, the guys that aren't playing, and they're still doing it. It goes to show you how good Dave Roberts is. It goes to show you how the brass is and how they want their team to win at all costs. Any team could have went out there and spent the money. You got Steve Cohen's of the world who's doing the same thing. Unfortunately, the Mets didn't come up big in the final stages. I think it's great for baseball. I think, and now all of a sudden, if you're a fan of another team, that's the team we're going to go get. Let's go. And that's the pressures and the love you want for baseball. Next year's time, if they end up doing the World Series, who's going to knock off the king? It's my team, So that's the way I feel about it.
I have a feeling a lot of people, though, would be dissuaded by the Dodgers. Say they win this World Series, and then in the offseason, they go and throw $400 million at Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
I feel like that would swing the pendulum a little bit, Todd.
Oh, of course. I mean, who wouldn't be upset when a team is getting all the great free agents out there? Who wouldn't be? But whose fault is that to blame? At the end of the day, you got guys, they have money. These billionaire presidents who own teams, they can spend. I know they say, oh, we're a low-level market. They wouldn't be in the business if they weren't making money on these things. So go out and spend a little bit. Get the guys that you feel that are going to help your squad succeed and get after it. Some fan bases really need that.
Yeah, I totally hear where you're coming from. Todd Frazier with us from Foul Territory. Check out Foul Territory weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern, especially right now during the MLB playoffs in the CS, and get their thoughts on a day-to-day basis, reacting and also previewing the next day's games. This is Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. I'm torn on the issue of salary cap. I know when you're a player, obviously you're against it. You don't want it. You still have that player in you. Curious where you are, because I think it's a very good point that you brought up. Look, let's not let these owners off the hook. They have the money. They're making the choice not to spend the money. They don't want to reinvest into the roster. And because they know in some situations, all right, the place is going to be packed. We're still going to turn a profit at the end of the year. So why would we want to put that in jeopardy? It's tough because part of me wants a salary cap because I wouldn't mind seeing some of the teams at the bottom kind of move up like we see in other sports. But also I don't want to let these owners off the hook. They're allowed to be cheap. It's tough.
Yeah, and that's well said. I mean, The only good thing about that, which is, I'm not for it, but it would even out the playing field, like basically what you said for a salary cap. No way, no chance. Tony Clark understands that, and I think the Players Association should understand it. And me, I haven't talked to anybody about it, so I'm basically just speculating. But knowing from the past, that is the non-negotiable. That is something that should never be brought up. You're right. The owners have money. Spend the money and make your fans happy and make your city happy. This is something they need to do. No way should they have a salary cap. Move on. Next story. What else do you need? When it comes to when they have their meetings, for sure.
Yeah, fans don't want to hear that, man. I covered both teams in town. I covered you when you were a White Sox, and I remember when I got to Wrigley for the first time as a reporter, the place was like a ghost town. And now you go and there's hotels and sports books and mezzanines and dog parks, and it's $9 for a water. And then Ricketts is like, yeah, well, we're kind of breaking even. And I don't want to hear that. I would never want to hear that as a fan.
Show the books. You know what I mean? Show us the books. Let's see them,
Yeah, it's crazy, Joe. A lot of Cub fans feel that way, though, Joe. You know it.
Oh, well, spend. It's not salary cap. I think Cubs fans are like, spend like you did when you got here. Why did you stop spending? Why is it not even a conversation? Like Tucker, I get it. He had a struggling year, so they're probably going to let him sign somewhere else. But for everything that they bring in, where they are market-wise, everything, the TV deal they have, come on. Why are you not spending?
Yeah.
So, yeah, especially a team like that. That's where I'm at. What about the game tonight, Todd? Anything specific on this matchup? Is it going to go 3-0, or are we going to see something out of Toronto? The Mariners are a -135 favorite with Kirby.
Oh, God. I mean, how don't you not love that line? 135. I mean, that's absolutely incredible for a guy who's been absolutely dominant. Yeah, he's going to be in the zone. He might give up, a home run or two in this game. But how do you not love what Seattle's doing? I mean, listen, Vlad Guerrero Jr. had a really good start against the Yankees in the playoffs. I think he's fizzled these last couple of games. Again, it's that "what have you done for me lately" attitude you got to have in the playoffs. Who else is going to step up when all of a sudden he gets hot again? A lot of guys have been getting their hits here and there, but they need some more production from the bottom of the lineup. They need some more production of when guys get on to get them in. And I'm just not seeing that. And they got to play in Seattle, which we saw is a raucous atmosphere, and they are salivating for a World Series. So I don't see Toronto winning tonight.
I'm going to call a shot here, and if you want to one-up me, that's fine. But I'm going to bet Josh Naylor to go deep at 6-1, 6.25. I don't know what it is. I just got this gut feeling, and I know that's maybe not how we should bet every day, but I see him just tanking one tonight. That's my shot, Josh Naylor.
I love it. I don't see any problem with that. When you have a gut feeling, it's like in baseball when a coach used to yell at me, "Why were you in that position?" I said, "Dude, I went with my gut." I mean, how do you get mad at somebody after they say that? So I've learned that when I was a lot younger. Say you went with your gut, and most of the time coaches will move on.
Yep. No doubt about it. All right, so let's say we get the World Series we think we're going to get.
Okay.
You think Seattle has a decent chance here?
Of course. 100% I do. Again, like their pitching staff is really good. Is Wu going to come back? With who they got, Logan Gilbert, and the way they've been hitting, I just think if both of those are in, I think it's an even playing field. And I think, the stars are going to step up and people are going to have some fun. I think it's going to be a really tight race, and I could see it going to a game 6 or 7 for sure.
Yeah, hopefully it's just not a big gap between the CS and the World Series. Hopefully we get more baseball. But, certainly agree with you. No matter what, it should be a fun World Series. Check out Todd Frazier, Foul Territory, weekdays, 1 o'clock Eastern. They got YouTube, podcasts, some TV networks as well. They're everywhere. So check out Foul Territory on a weekday basis. Thank you, Todd. Enjoy the rest of the season here.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Good stuff there from Todd Frazier. Yeah, it's certainly it's fun to get the player's perspective on some of that stuff involving, where certain teams are. And he's right. You don't want to let these owners off the hook. They're in it. Like, you're a White Sox fan. You don't need me to tell you about letting Jerry Reinsdorf off the hook and choosing not to spend and kind of choosing to lose.
Yeah, the worst thing that ever happened for White Sox fans, they gave John Danks, I think, 5 years and $60 million. It was the biggest contract he'd ever given out. And then year number 1, Danks blew his shoulder out.
Bad.
And Jerry's like, see, that's why you don't.
Told you. Told you. That was his thing. Don't pay pitchers. And then he finally caved, and then, see, it was proven right on that front. All right, college football, one of our favorites, Caroline Fenton on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Who do you think burns more calories in a game, you or him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I walked by the TV and saw his press conference today, so it don't look like he's burned too many calories.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Damn, Lane. Damn. Firing shots. Kirby Smart. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, getting you set for the upcoming college football week. We now bring on Caroline Fenton. Check her out on Yahoo Sports Daily, 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern weekdays. Check out the show. We'll get into that matchup, of course, the Ole Miss game this week, Caroline. But the big news of the week is what went down on Saturday and into Sunday with the James Franklin firing. So yesterday we started taking a look at the odds. And of course, the usual suspects, the dream, what about Signetti? What are his odds? And those with connections to Penn State makes sense. And then we saw a big move on one name that I haven't seen out there a lot nationally. And now the favorite to be the next Penn State head coach is Joe Brady. What do you think about Joe Brady as the coach? Or maybe you have someone that you selected that you would hire if you were at Penn State. Mm.
To see Penn State shift gears and start to air the ball out a little bit. I think that Andy Kotelnicki, their offensive coordinator, has been known to be a really creative offensive coordinator, but we didn't see that under James Franklin. So I like the idea of going offensive minded, but I have to think about what Penn State needs right now. Penn State doesn't need anybody to come in and fix the culture. Penn State doesn't need anyone.
Caroline, take 1 second. Let's see if we can reconnect because the audio is kind of going in and out there.
Okay.
Little technical difficulties there, but we'll get that figured out and reconnect with Caroline Fenton coming up in just a moment. And yeah, Sam, we mentioned it yesterday on the show. Joe Brady is still the favorite, but Rule right there, right behind him, which I find very interesting because his response the other day, I don't talk about other jobs. I'm happy here, but I don't talk about other jobs.
Well, guess where the owner of the Bills went to college? Penn State. That's Terry Pagula.
Yes.
So there's a natural synergy there. And if he feels good about Brady, which I'm sure he does, I mean, he's obviously got a lot of pull to get him to be the offensive coordinator. If he's happy with that relationship, it's an easy slide. You just take him from Buffalo and move him over to Penn State. Like, that's how it works these days.
Yeah, no doubt. Caroline Fenton back with us. Do you have us, Caroline?
Yeah, I have you guys. Sorry about
Okay.
tech issues. Can't live with it. Can't live without it. But yeah, to your point, not a very far trip to State College. I just think that Penn State right now needs somebody that can come in and win immediately. You don't need someone to rebuild the culture. You don't need anyone to rebuild the foundation. You need someone to take over the culture and the foundation that James Franklin built to continue recruiting at a high level and come in and win football games. Joe Brady hasn't done that at this level. Joe Brady hasn't been a head coach. He's a brilliant offensive mind, but I think Penn State needs someone that's more proven to come in and take the reins and kind of get over that hump that James Franklin wasn't able to get over.
You have the LSU helmet over your right shoulder, as always.
I do.
LSU is an underdog at Vanderbilt. Make that make sense.
Yeah, life comes at you fast in the NIL era, doesn't it? This is the first time ever in Vanderbilt's history that they're a favorite over a ranked opponent. But this is not the same Vanderbilt team. Frankly, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Vanderbilt is a favorite. They're at home. LSU's offense has struggled mightily. Garrett Nussmeier does not look right. Even after the bye week against South Carolina, he was limping around a lot. He was able to air the ball out a little bit more maybe than we've seen in the first few weeks of the season, but still Garrett Nussmeier doesn't look like the same Garrett Nussmeier that we saw in the 2024 season. Overall, though, I understand I have an LSU helmet behind me. Look, I graduated from LSU. LSU is my favorite team in the world, and I am willing to take my purple and gold tinted glasses off whenever. I feel like I'm harder on LSU than more LSU fans. This is just going to be a really tough out for Diego Pavia in this Vanderbilt offense against this LSU defense. It doesn't feel like LSU is 5-1 right now, and I think it's because of how much their offense has struggled. But LSU has been playing a championship level elite style of defense. LSU's defense is nasty, and Blake Baker is going to blitz the hell out of Diego Pavia. Now, Diego Pavia has proven that he's going to make plays. He can make plays even against an aggressive defense, and there are going to be plays to be had. If LSU blitzes and sells the farm to get after Diego Pavia and he's able to evade that blitz, well, he's going to have green grass to be able to make those plays happen. We saw that a little bit last week against Lenora Sellers, but overall that LSU defense was able to stifle Lenora Sellers' legs really for a majority of that game. I think LSU's defense is going to be the difference in turnovers. That was the difference in Vanderbilt and Alabama. Maybe Vanderbilt wins that game if they just take care of the football, if they don't turn the ball over several times in the red zone against Alabama. LSU's been really good at forcing turnovers. The issue is the offense hasn't been able to capitalize on them. That's the key for LSU, force turnovers and really limit what Diego Pavia is able to do with his legs, and hope that Garrett Nussmeier is able to just piece a few big throws together against this Vanderbilt secondary that's been struggling. And that's the path to victory for LSU. But don't get it twisted. I will not be surprised if Vanderbilt is able to, I'm not even going to say shock the world, because I don't think it would be shocking. They're a favorite. But if Vanderbilt is able to get back to their winning ways with a win over LSU, that will not surprise me in the slightest.
The SEC has 6 of the top 11 in the country. And the reality is, as we're trying to figure things out going through conference play, is that a couple of those teams that are in the top 11 in the SEC are not going to make the playoff. That's just how it's going to be. And maybe there's a team that's further down, like that's going to jump back in. Maybe Texas. I don't know. Only one conference loss so far. Is there a fraud, whether it be this week or big picture wise? Is there a team that is ranked highly in the SEC that you are not buying?
Honestly, one of them is LSU. Defense wins championships, but if your offense can't score, you're not going to be able to survive the grind of an SEC schedule. And that's exactly what LSU has facing them over the next couple of weeks. They have Vanderbilt this week, then Texas A&M, then a bye, then they go to Alabama, and they round out the season with Oklahoma. That's a lot. Looking at that stretch, if LSU can go 2-2, I think you would call that a success. But then you're looking at a ceiling of 9-3. That's not good enough to get into the college football playoff. And when you're a top 10, top 15 team in the country, and when you are in year 4 of the Brian Kelly experience, the expectation is college football playoff. The other one I would add, though, is probably Ole Miss. I think that Ole Miss, massive win over LSU. Yes, you give them a whole lot of credit for that. They've earned that. They're 6-0. But then they struggled last week at home against Washington State. And now they go on the road to Georgia, a team that does not lose at home to anyone not named Alabama. I think that Georgia's going to be able to run all over this porous Ole Miss run defense. So I think right now they're a little overvalued for what they're going to end up being at the end of the season. But one team that I don't think is a fraud that's at the top is Texas A&M. I do this every year. I buy into Texas A&M. I love what I've seen from Texas A&M, and they do the same things every year and disappoint us and end up going 9-3 or 8-4. With this defense and with the weapons that Marcel Reed has around him, whether it's Mario Craver or Casey Concepcion, I think they're one of the best, if not the best wide receiver duo in the SEC. And then what Le'Veon Moss can do on the ground as well, plus that defense led by Mike Elko, I think Texas A&M, I say it every year, but maybe this year is different. Texas A&M is not a fraud. I do think Texas A&M is legit.
You got some really big games in the SEC. Really nice slate for the conference on Saturday. If there's a favorite that falls flat, that loses outright, Who is it?
Maybe this is just like a total cop out answer because they're only 1.5 point dogs at home. But I think it's Auburn. Auburn hosting Missouri this weekend. Look, Jordan Hare, not an easy place to play, especially Jordan Hare at night. I mean, Nick Saban called it haunted, and I think he's totally right. That we give Tiger Stadium a whole lot of credit for how tough of a place it is to play. Neyland Stadium, absolutely, those places get credit, but so Jordan Hare doesn't get enough credit for how weird and spooky of a place it is. And Auburn, aside from a really questionable no touchdown call against Georgia last week, they beat Georgia. I mean, once that was called a no touchdown, things just kind of went off the rails, and they weren't able to hold on in that game. But I think Auburn is pissed off about how things went last weekend. Now they're back at home in a night game hosting a Missouri team that felt like they gave Alabama everything they could give. They got pretty banged up last week at home against Bama in a loss. So I think Missouri's kind of dragging their heels a little bit coming off of a very emotional loss versus Auburn, fired up, pissed off at home. Home dogs run faster. Even though they're slight dogs, I'm going to take Auburn to take down the Tigers this weekend in a Tiger Bowl. Tiger on Tiger.
What are we what are we going to see out of Oregon this week on the road after what happened last week?
Oh, it's a good question. And this is the test of good teams, of championship caliber teams, that you can get smacked in the mouth and then you can come back from it. Or you can, continue to ride the high of a win and not get distracted by it. I think on the road, against Rutgers this weekend, this is an opportunity for Oregon to get right. Let's not get it twisted. Indiana's a good team. Like, Indiana, I think, should be in the conversation to be the number one team in the country. That wasn't a fluky win over Oregon. Indiana just beat Oregon. So I don't think that we can say that Oregon, everything's going to go off the rails, that their season is totally lost because they lost to this Indiana team. No, I think there's going to be a lot of teams on Indiana's schedule that lose to this Indiana team. So this feels like a get-right opportunity for Oregon and to prove to everybody, yes, we are still very much so a Big Ten contender, a college football playoff contender, and a national contender. I think that's exactly what Oregon is, as long as Dante Moore is taking care of the football.
Do you believe more in Indiana or Miami? They have about the same price to win the whole thing. They're right around 9-1. Which team do you buy more?
Oh, it's such a good question because I believe so much in both of them. If I have to pick, though, I lean Indiana. And it has everything to do with the quarterback. Look, if the season ended today, I think that Carson Beck and Fernando Mendoza easily could be two finalists for the Heisman Trophy. One thing, though, that Fernando Mendoza doesn't do, that Carson Beck has a tendency to do, is throw interceptions and to throw dumb interceptions at inopportune times. I mean, Fernando Mendoza is taking care of the football, which is shocking for how much he wants to throw the ball around the yard. And he has supplementary playmakers to help him out as well. Whereas Miami, whether it's going back to last year at Georgia or what we've seen from Carson Beck this year, he does have a tendency to try and play Superman just far too much. And so I fear for Carson Beck in big game situations. Look, we've seen Miami in big games. We've seen them take down Florida. We've seen them take down Notre Dame at a neutral site. We've seen them go into Florida State and take down a solid Seminoles team. But no win that Miami has on their schedule looks as good as what Indiana did on the road against a top 5 Oregon team. So I say, I trust. How crazy is it? Like, if you would have told me this 2 months ago that I'd be saying I trust Indiana more than Miami, I would think I was crazy, but I think it is. And it is because of Fernando Mendoza being able to take care of the football as much as he has.
A couple more minutes here with Caroline Fenton of Yahoo Sports. What about this quarterback matchup? Maeva and Carr on Saturday night. Which side has the edge?
Ooh, well, I would have to say CJ Carr has the edge just being at home. And if you watched Notre Dame in the first couple of weeks of the season, you probably wrote them off, right? Like, this Notre Dame team, they're not going back to the national championship. They've struggled. They dropped their first 2 games. I get it. If you haven't watched Notre Dame since then, that's probably your mindset. Notre Dame looks like a different football team now. Like, CJ Carr has so much more poise. It feels like he's playing with so much more confidence, that he has so much more of a better understanding of his role in this offense. And he also has the running backs around him too, whether it's Jeremiah Love or that offensive line that just looks better and better and better. Defensively, Notre Dame looks more sound. And look, USC, that offense is humming, and it finally looks like Lincoln Riley has at least some semblance of a defense to back up that offense. But overall, I do have to say the way that CJ Carr has been playing as of late is incredibly impressive. But the path for USC is literally what they did last week. They out-Michiganed Michigan. They smacked Michigan in the mouth. They ran the ball incredibly effectively. That is kind of the formula for beating Michigan. I also think that's the formula for Notre Dame. Out Notre Daming Notre Dame, running the football, being tough at the lines of scrimmage. But USC has been dealing with some injuries at the running back position, and I think that's going to hurt them, especially being on the road at South Bend this weekend.
Check out Caroline Fenton on Yahoo Sports Daily, weekdays 9 to 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, Caroline. Enjoy all the games this weekend. Lightning bets on the other side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out with us weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time. We will get to our lightning bets. We'll get to the room. We got a lot happening on this. What is it? A Wednesday? Yeah, it's a Wednesday. Wednesday here on Bet Sweats. Sammy P, I heard that you were requesting your guy. He is your guy, Ben Johnson. I'm sure you have a Coach of the Year bet. Since you're cornering the market, you're in the process right now. Are you going to add Ben Johnson to your list after 3 straight wins?
I don't have a single bet on Coach of the Year, but it is interesting. In the summer, the 2 favorites were Ben Johnson and Mike Vrabel, 2 of the trendy overs, 2 of the trendy teams to make the playoffs. And here we sit. They're doing their jobs. Look, I'm happy for the Bears. If the Bears are finally good again, that's great for the city.
You're not happy.
Fans,
you're a liar.
The fans who bother me. No. Happy for the team. Just the fans are enough. Like, the fans don't know how to handle winning in Chicago. That's what I'm getting at. You know that. You know that.
Yep. Oh, I know that. I did my time talking to them on the phone. The crazy ones that wanted to go on radio shows. So there's another level there, right? There's your normal psychotic Bears fan, and then the ones that want to go on the air. They're just a completely different species. There's no doubt about that.
Remember I told you last year about the Bears group thread that they found a photoshopped image of Thomas Brown holding up the Lombardi trophy last year. Remember, we talked about this on the show. I know.
I forgot I forgot he was the head coach, honestly.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I had our crack staff, and by crack staff I mean Jake Hassan, find post-game locker room celebration, I guess, with Ben Johnson, the coach of the Bears. Let's rip it. Hear what they had to say.
That's 3 in a row. And the only thing I need is a little bit Good, better, best. Never let it rest. Good gets better. Good gets better. You better get better. You better get better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3.
I can't do that. I can't.
No. That's what I'm saying. That's it. It's too much. It's too much.
I'm not that guy. But we're not that guy. I made a mistake the other day. Maybe doing something similar. All right, so we had a playoff game on Saturday, and twice there were kids that slowed down as they were approaching first base. One got burned on it. Would have had a hit if he ran hard all the way through. Practice on Monday, I was pissed. And I made a point, even though we won, I made a point to make sure that they're running hard, and we emphasized it. I timed everyone down, home to first. Okay. All right. Ran hard, good, for the most part. Timed you all. There's some bad numbers there, boys. Bad numbers. Okay. I don't have spikes on. I'm your old fat coach. Let's time me. If I beat anybody, you're doing a tripod. A tripod is home plate, left field foul pole, right field foul pole, back to home plate. We're on the big fields now, so that's not a joke. Like the left field foul pole is 320 now on the field that we're on. So that's a good hike. They don't want to do that. They timed me. I beat 5 of them. 5. Let's go do the tripod. I was cool. One of my coaches couldn't believe I did that. He's like, please, Joe, no, don't. Something's going to go. You're going to fall. You don't have spikes on. I'm good. I'm fine. I thought I was good. Dude, this is Monday. The last 24 hours, I'm gimping like an old man. But dude, I got looks like I got a peg leg right now. I'm just in constant pain, the hamstring area. Constant.
And this is after an entire football season of you needing surgery on your foot.
Yeah, I still need surgery on my toe, which I have not gotten. But I think I'm going to be fine. I'm slowly falling apart.
Well, just in case, if you need a little bit more motivation or you want to feel a little bit better on the inside, let's just hear from Coach Ben Johnson one more time to rile Joe up.
Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. Good gets better. Good gets better. You better get better. You better get better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3. Bears.
All right,
I'm stealing it.
We beat the
I'm
Raiders
stealing it.
and Commanders.
I'm using it.
Awesome.
I'm using it this weekend.
Yep.
What is this, high school?
They didn't do,
It sounds
believe
like
it or
it.
not, they did not do good, better, best when they lost 52-21 to the Lions.
Ah, damn.
No, did not happen.
What did Eberflus do? I mean, Trestman and Eberflus, this is just the opposite of what they've always had. Paul Aspen has some info that people might be interested in. You got some room info for tonight?
Yeah, and I was also like, maybe we're wrong. Like on a vet team, like a Lovey team, like the Lance Briggs, Tillman, Urlacher team, that stuff doesn't work. Maybe we should look at the average age of the Bears. Maybe the real like second-year quarterback. Maybe it works for young guys that are basically 4 years removed from high school or 5. Maybe we're wrong. Anyway, I thought it was cringe. But all right, the room.
It is.
It is. Yeah. Couple home runs, which are whatever, but 5 up through 1 most bet props at BetMGM tonight for Mariners Blue Jays game 3. Mariners up 2-0 going to Toronto. Number 5 most bet prop at BetMGM. Shane Bieber over 14.5 pitcher outs -120.
Okay. Interesting.
Fade the Biebs. Vladdy home run. Big Dumper home run. Vladdy home runs +425. Big Dumper home run is +300. And then this is, again, very room. Number 2, most bet prop at BetMGM. George Springer under half a single at -110. But their number 1 most bet prop is Springer to hit a home run at +500.
No!
Damn
it.
Was Springer your guy?
I think Springer is going to pimp one out of the box. It's going to go off the top of the wall, and it's going to be a 400-foot single.
Oh, that would be funny.
That would be worst case scenario for the room, no doubt.
Jake, was Springer your guy? Or are you just laughing?
I was gonna go Springer home run, but now to Paul's, but now I just got to do the bases. Damn it!
Total bases. Why? What's behind Springer? Why have everybody playing tonight? All these home run hitters. Is he being singled out?
Just, because he's been hot. Like it makes like the 2 leadoff home runs. Like that's very room. I knew better. That's my fault.
There you go. We might as well finish it out. What else you got, Jake? It is room.
The room's on the outs. I actually like Bieber K's. He's seen this Mariners lineup before and has like a 38% K rate. So I'll go over the 5.5 with him. And I'm going to go the first 3 under. First time through the lineup, I think both these guys should have success. That park in Seattle is very pitcher friendly. So I'll go first 3 under 1.5. I have no idea who's going to win. I've kind of flipped. I kind of think the Blue Jays are going to win, but I'm just going to go first 3 under. I'll take the Springer over 1.5 total bases and Bieber over 5.5 Ks.
Did I hear landscaping somewhere?
I thought I was
not
at
here
a truck
because
stop
nothing goes on
for a
here.
second. But
Yeah, there's a truck.
A truck by Paul? Oh, okay. He gave you some horn? Little Bet Sweat's horn? They're listening on the Odyssey
in
app?
Paul's living room. Yeah.
That's Sweat's horn. Yeah.
Jake,
Speaking of-
going out of order, but I agree. I agree with where Jake was going. I think Toronto wins. It's a slight dog tonight. We're going to have a series. We're going to have a series here. It's going to be 2-1. Yeah, where are we at in the plus money? Let's see. Frazier disagrees, which is always dicey to go against him. Plus 110, 115 is what you could find. But that's where I'm going. Where are you going, Sam?
I don't love anything. I'm going to make a really, really small bet on Josh Naylor to hit a homer. BetMGM has plus 625. You can't call your shot with Rage and then not be about that life. So, Naylor Yavo tonight.
It's my MVP. I think I said when we were setting up the room that the series shifts to Toronto. I'm a moron. Obviously in Seattle, cavernous ballpark. I'll ride with the Jays plus 110. Come on, we got to get a series, right? Even though Naylor is my guy, obviously 3-2-1 Naylor, World Series MVP. But let's make it a series for the Ian McMillans of the world. Man, imagine that spot being down 3-0. Oof, tough.
Oof. Wouldn't that be fun? We could have both.
I'm gonna
3-0.
text when Naylor hits a homer. I'm just gonna text a trumpet. Horn. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. It's my celebration.
There you go.
With the trucker.
Should be able to clip that, Jake. Should have that ready at any time.
We'll make it work.
Swing big on your next bet with an MLB postseason odds boost token. Use your token to net a bigger payout on a winning bet. So off our 3-2-1 game of the divisions, I started plugging in some different divisions. You made one last week, Paul, you mentioned, and some of the ones that I think we sort of agreed on. Buffalo. I put in Pittsburgh, Indy, and Kansas City, and Detroit. I don't know which one's wrong there. That's about 30-1, though. Those all are
there.
Yeah,
Keep
on going. I didn't think I had that many.
Shuffle,
I
Masters,
probably will.
Moon.
I probably will. Washington. Let's go Washington. Which one am I missing?
Well, you're missing two
Yeah,
more.
pick all
When's
the
Jake
Hawks.
Paul's next fight?
That's only 6.
I'm not going Atlanta. All right, we'll go Seattle. Did them all. 270-1. Perfect. I have to do it.
Good.
It's a lock. It's a lot.
That's called an account extender. When you do that, they just extend your shelf life when you make those bets.
Yes. Sometimes it needs to be done. Speaking of that, John Murray will be joining us tomorrow, and as will Andy Molitor. We'll get you ready for Thursday night football, NFL, college football. We'll continue with baseball. We got 2 games tomorrow. All that coming up. Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.